Pulsas el botón. Buenos días a todos y bienvenidos a este evento.
Welcome to this event, Renovate Europe 2023. From the European Commission representation, we're so glad of hosting this event. We didn't organize it. Renovate Spain did organize it with the National Cooperation for Construction and ICODES. It's great to see all the interest this has caused. Thank you so much for your participation. Europe wants to be the first continent that is neutral in climate. We want to be neutral in climate until 2050. This is still far away, it's in 30 years, but we still must act to reach this goal. In the European Commission, we thought about having a goal, reducing at least 55% the greenhouse gas effects, and we have proposed many measures to reach this goal. Energy efficiency is, of course, key in our measures because no energy is less polluting than that one that is not consumed. And in particular, energy efficiency in buildings that represent 40% of all energy consumed in the European Union. So our Fit for 55 has a directive, and then in the speech that is going to be recorded, because Ms. Simpson could not be here today, unfortunately, but she will be introducing this directive. Without further ado, I really hope that this session is very interesting and bears fruit, and that you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula. Good morning, everybody. Adrian Joyce. I am the director of the Renovate Europe campaign. And if you don't speak English, there are headphones in the corner, so don't be shy to get up and take one. We are absolutely delighted, Paula, to be here in the representation of the European Commission, and I saw Parliament in Madrid. It's a wonderful venue and a great place to start a new tradition, because today is the first time that our main annual event is taking place outside of Brussels. In fact, we have chosen that from now on we want to demonstrate the importance of the national level to the achievement of European goals. And so we will hold our main annual event from now on in the capital city of the rotating EU presidency. So this year Madrid, next year Budapest, and so on. The event has been co-organized with our Spanish partners, Renovate España, the National Construction Confederation, the Green Building Council of España, and ICODES. And we're really delighted for the very strong input that they've all made and their hard work in the run-up to today. We're also very pleased to be here at this crucial moment in the detailed negotiations for the revision of the Buildings Directive that was mentioned by Paula. It's a revision that's going to see the introduction of minimum energy performance standards, a definition for deep renovation, reinforced provisions on reporting the performance of buildings, and strengthened finance-related clauses, among other major improvements. We recognize that the Spanish presidency has placed a priority on reaching an agreement before the end of the year, and we can see, happily, that the distance between the negotiators is closing, and that an ambitious deal will be struck before the end of this year, introducing new tools that are going to be crucially important and make a real difference on the ground, which is our key objective. So the conference is coming at a crossroads for energy renovation, a point in space and time where the future direction will be set. Properly implemented across the EU, the revised directive will reinforce the good that energy renovation brings to our economies, the environment, and to everybody living and working in our buildings. And I recall that we spend up to 90% of our time in buildings. So our intention today is to showcase a number of great examples, action here in Spain, and an example from the Czech Republic that demonstrate the way forward. We will hear about the approach taken by Madrid region and city to the challenge of renovating its buildings. We will hear what elements in those programs were essential to success. We will have a panel debate during which we will learn how and why it is important for all actors at the table to cooperate together. The panel will be kicked off by a live online intervention from the Spanish member of the European Parliament, Marcos Rosempere. You will also learn about an inspiring citizen-led large-scale renovation project in the suburbs of Madrid, in Orcasitas, a project that we will be visiting in person this afternoon. And as I said, to bring a different perspective, we will hear from a long-running, popular and successful renovation program in the Czech Republic. Finally, we have a keynote video to share with you from the EU Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson. And unfortunately, the member of her cabinet who had been flagged to come has fallen ill and was unable to travel. But before all of that, I'm absolutely delighted to invite Mariano Sanz Loriente, Secretary General of one of our co-organizers, the National Construction Confederation, to address you. Over to you, Mariano.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your initiative to hold this conference in Madrid. This organization has been supported for a long time. We consider that we're living at a crossroads in which it is very pertinent to prioritize the boost in buildings. We are at a crossroads because we should leverage the opportunity that our country has, having economic resources without precedent within the plan of transformation and resilience. Thanks to next generation funds in Europe that is being allocated to run rehabilitation in public buildings as well as private buildings, as well to regenerate urban spaces. Right now, we are closing negotiations in EU to close an agreement in the directive of buildings. In this context, energy rehabilitation will play a crucial role so that already built buildings become more efficient buildings at the energy level. Thank you so much for the representation of the European Union. They have given us their facilities in Madrid, and I also would like to thank all the speakers that are with us today and all the people that have enrolled, those that are here with us as well as those that are following us online. The number of speakers and participants is a true display of the interest this has for social organizations and representatives of the sector. For those that do not know the National Confederacy of Construction, I would like to briefly say that it is the organization that most represents the building sector in Spain. It includes buildings of people who to live, as well as real estate for works. It includes civil engineering, upkeep, as well as it includes the associations of machinery, those that build machinery, that rent it, and providers and suppliers of construction. The construction contributes to the quality of life of our citizens. It improves our cities, and it improves our quality of life overall. It has a key role to reduce the energy consumption in buildings towards the change to more renewables, more ecological energy sources as well as the reduction in CO2. It also creates jobs and boosts the economy. This has a particular impact as well as in SMEs. As I have said, we are in an unprecedented moment thanks to the Next Generation funds, which has boosted rehabilitation. We also must talk about point number 2 of the recuperation plant, which will be allocating almost 7 billion to urban generation. We must absolutely leverage these funds in a very efficient manner. This should be the base in which we continue to boost and bolster rehabilitation in the next few years, to be able to tackle the challenge of decarbonization of the buildings that already exist. I believe that today's conference can be a very good opportunity so that the different representatives of the administration that will be speaking in different sessions can give us data on the usage of the Next Generation funds that will allow us to have a current vision of what we are, an up-to-date vision. I will be brief because I believe that many speakers have to talk now. All of us that collaborated for this event can feel proud and satisfied with the level of the program that is suggested. I am sure that this conference will be very interesting and useful to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariano, and once again, thank you for all the hard work your team has put into helping us make this day a success, which to me it feels like a success already with a full room, so it's quite wonderful. And I also forgot to welcome our online audience. We could have well over 100 people also watching through the web streaming at this time. So now for our video address. I'm delighted that the Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson, has recorded a special message specifically for this conference. So let's have a look at the video now.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's that time of the year again when the weather is changing. The days are getting shorter and people will soon spend more time indoor and turn on their heating in buildings across Europe. The seasonal change is a good reminder of how important a healthy indoor environment, good insulation, access to affordable heating systems and saving energy in buildings is. Buildings are central to our lives. It's where we live and work, and it's where most of the people usually spend the largest share of their available income. All people deserve spending their time in buildings which have a high energy performance and which do not harm the environment. Improving the Union's building stock has been one of our top priorities since the start of this mandate, and the Green Deal put a special focus on building renovation through the renovation wave. We will not solve the decarbonization challenge if we don't tackle the single largest energy consumer in Europe, buildings. Today, thanks to new construction methods, materials and products, new buildings consume less than half compared to buildings built before the first Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. But these are new buildings, which do not represent the EU building stock. 85% of current residential buildings were built before 2010 and will stay until 2050. And 75% have a poor energy performance. Therefore, if we want to achieve our objectives, we have to work on existing buildings. We have made progress. The pace of renewable energy capacities installations has accelerated. Installed wind and solar capacity increased by 16% between 2021 and 2022, saving approximately 11 billion cubic meters of gas. More and more buildings got equipped with solar PVs, and last year, the sales of heat pumps in Europe increased by 35% compared to 2021. In Spain, it was an increase by 24%, reaching 185,000 units. Member states, among them Spain, have reinforced measures to put consumers in the driving seat through self-consumption and energy communities. We have already achieved a lot in integrating buildings across the legislation landscape. This is important because buildings are not a standalone sector. REPowerEU highlighted how critical buildings are in reducing our dependence on Russian gas and set out proposals to accelerate solar technologies in buildings. The EU agreed on the Renewable Energy Directive with a higher target of 42.5% of renewable energy, and on the Energy Efficiency Directive with a target of 11.7% by 2030. Actions to improving the EU building stock will contribute to achieving these targets. One crucial element in the legislative framework is still subject to negotiations, the recast of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. We need to make a final push on it. It will set the action plan for building renovations so that measures are in place in time for 2030, along with other measures of the Fit for 55 package. The EPBD will be key to ensure that structural improvements in buildings will take place in a predictable manner. It will be a framework that will allow citizens and our economy better planning of their investment decisions. We need robust provisions where it matters most, especially on minimum energy performance standards, phase out of fossil fuel boilers, and zero emission standards for new build. The EPBD is also a chance to make the European building stock more digitalized. The update of the EPBD would allow for the wider use of smart and digital technologies in buildings and contribute to EU goals on sustainable mobility. With the provisions on zero-emission buildings for new constructions, we aim to deploy the best possible technologies where it is easiest, meaning when new buildings are constructed. This will not only improve the building stock, but attract investors, producers of innovative technologies, and create jobs. Improving the energy performance of buildings will also bring substantial economic benefits. Besides boosting industrial competitiveness, it will reduce energy costs and allows businesses to invest their savings elsewhere, such as innovation and economic productivity. I'm convinced that co-legislators will swiftly come to an agreement on this important file. Another important element for the buildings landscape is the legislation on energy labelling and eco-design requirements. It is also under review, and we hope to have it completed by the end of 2024. The proposed update on energy scales will help citizens make informed decisions and reduce fine particulate matter, which is responsible for almost 240,000 premature deaths every year in the EU. In parallel to all this work, we are also focusing on ensuring our clean tech manufacturing base can keep up and make the most of the clean energy transition. As we speak, Europe is a net importer of net zero technologies. This is why we are designing a new policy approach under our proposal for a Net Zero Industry Act to help our clean tech industry stay and grow in Europe. We want to incentivize demand and create the right conditions for investment in net zero technology manufacturing, such as solar panels and heat pumps, because we need to ensure the supply of these key products so we can support the innovation of the building stock. One final point. We are investing close to 50 billion euros in energy efficiency in buildings and renovation through the Recovery and Resilience Plans, REPowerEU, and the European Structural and Investment Funds. In Spain alone, this will result in an investment well in excess of 4 billion euros. Particularly interesting in this case is the focus on renovating buildings in small cities and rural communities, an area that unfortunately not always receives the attention it deserves. Dear friends, we know that we also need to pay close attention to the workforce. This is one of the key bottlenecks. We need more and better prepared workers across the sector: designers, manufacturers, construction site personnel, installers and operators. And this is an area where we need close involvement and cooperation with stakeholders such as yourselves. I look forward to continuing our close collaboration on buildings policy because this is one of the most cost-effective solutions to a transition to net zero. Let's work together to create better places to live and save energy across all Europe. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Simpson. That was a very, as you saw, broad-ranging address. She covered a wide number of energy-related policy issues, but I think she did give an adequate emphasis on the challenge of renovating buildings. I think anyone in the room who works in the sector directly knows that standards and policy for new buildings encourages higher standards and policy for existing buildings. We all learn through the work of making highly energy performing new buildings to understand how best to do it for the existing stock. But she was very right that the real challenge for achieving our climate goals is to renovate the building stock to a high performance level, delivering comfortable, healthy buildings and boosting our economies across all of Europe. So to bring our opening session to a close, I'm really honoured to have the delegate of the region of Madrid responsible for governmental housing policy to address us on the topic of key elements of success in those policies. Alvaro González, the floor is yours.
Bien, buenos días.
Good morning, Paula Ceballos from the Commission representing from Madrid, Adrian Joyce, Director of Renovate Europe, Mariano Sanz, Secretary General of the National Confederation of Construction, Isabel Casas, General Director of Regeneration and Rebuilding of Madrid, representatives of different entities, dear friends. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to Madrid, an open city, cosmopolitan city, integrating city, where everybody has a space, and this city is always changing and it coexists with the best things of our country. It's a huge pleasure to have in our city this high-level conference, Renovate Europe Day 2023, in which we gather today to the best experts to debate and to talk about every matter related to the sustainable goals in the European cities and the challenge that the public administrations are facing when it comes to rehabilitating buildings. So in this sense, I want to thank the organizers of the Renovate Europe campaign that have achieved to elevate the commitment with the rehabilitation of the housing stock of the European Union as a key tool in the commitment to fight against climate change and the consumption standards of energy which barely exist. So I also want to thank to the director of the campaign, Adrian Joyce, and the representatives of Renovate Spain, Greenwood Council Spain, the National Confederation of Building Ecodes that have collaborated so that this conference can celebrate this edition for the first time in a national city different from Brussels. So for me, it's an honor being able to represent the Town Hall of Madrid as a delegate of the government area of housing policies, offering to me the opportunity to share with all of you our experience in this process of rehabilitation of the housing stock in Madrid. We know that rehabilitating houses and buildings is one of the most effective solutions to face the aging and the bad shape of the buildings towards climate change and to guarantee efficient and healthy houses. As a starting point, we are in the context of the situation of the housing stock in Spain. So 50% of the residential buildings were built before 1980. 75% of these residential buildings are not accessible, and 40% of these buildings of 4 or more than 5 flats do not have elevators. So the Madrid housing stock is one of the oldest ones in Europe. Nearly 70% of the 1.5 million houses in our city were built before 1980. This means having been built without any norms or regulations related to energetic insulation or energetic efficiency, and we have to rehabilitate them. We need to maintain a commitment with the European regulation, the Agenda 2030, and the National Plan Integrated of Climate and Energy that request from us to guarantee a certain number of energetically rehabilitated buildings each year. At the same time, Madrid, next to other 6 European cities, Valencia, Barcelona, Valladolid, Seville, Zaragoza, and Vitoria, are participating in the initiative of the European Commission, European Mission of Climate Neutral Cities, and we participate in this commitment of the European cities and being in the front line to fight against climate change. To Madrid, to be able to reach these 2030 goals of this mission, we have developed an exhaustive study of the situation of the housing stock in Madrid, from which we have designed some practices and action plans that is going to follow this specific line, because it's the administrations, the ones that have a key element to establish the baselines of a stable model and a future model for the rehabilitation of the houses and buildings, to try to promote and enhance different action lines that promote accessibility, saving energy, improving energetic efficiency, also seizing the renewable energies, and to reduce the greenhouse emission and carbon emissions in the housing stocks that already exist. And it is in this point where we start our roadmap with this municipal strategy, with the plan Transforma Madrid, or Transform Madrid, that was launched in 2020. It's an ambitious plan that gathers in its web, transforma.madrid.es, all of the plans and programs in which we are working in different areas when it comes to rehabilitation, regeneration, and building public housings. I'm referring to plans like Adapta plan, Rehabilita plan, and Transform Your Area plan. They are a referent already, and they are complemented between each other to improve the universal accessibility in the buildings of our capital city. With the plan Adapta, we improve the accessibility inside the houses with people with some disabilities or rare diseases. And also, we improve the accessibility of the different services which are on the first floor of these residential services and houses. With this plan, Rehabilita plan, we get some aids to renew the buildings that already exist. And with the plan Transforma tu Barrio, we complete with the financing of the aids to rehabilitation of buildings so that the more vulnerable areas can deploy some actions of rehabilitating the urban areas, promoting the decarbonization and also the safety. A clear example of the rehabilitation of a whole area, it's the Orcasitas neighborhood, which is in Usera, in the south of Madrid. where we've been able to rehabilitate with municipal funds nearly 90% of the 107 buildings that this neighborhood has in Orcasitas, reducing emissions between 58% or 70%, improving from E to C in the energetic levels. This can be translated, it's more than 1,800 houses have improved their comfort levels, and now they have a consumption status of energy which is nearly zero. Today, I have the General Director of Rehabilitation and Building Policies, Isabel Casas, which is going to participate in the second session to show at the detail the main elements in this process of rehabilitation of the Orcasitas neighborhood. I also want to thank the neighborhood associations that have helped us to make this a huge success, as it was. Annually, we publish some subventions and grants plans for the rehabilitation with an average of 50 million euros. With this, we've been able to rehabilitate 70,000 houses in the last 4 years. The goal is to reach the 90,000 houses by the year 2027. We have improved the accessibility, installing more than 1,000 elevators that are going to be used by more than 21,000 families, and also improving the health of the people, deleting the asbestos from the buildings. Without forgetting that this is a very important engine for employment, because this creates more than 6,000 positions thanks to the rehabilitation of the municipal plants. And it's very important to highlight that these rehabilitation plans need to have different tools and indicators that will allow to measure the results obtained, to be able to know more deeply the savings and how we have improved the comfort of the rehabilitated homes. These are empirical indicators to measure the consumption and comfort conditions, like, for example, temperature, humidity, and CO2, before and after the energetic rehabilitations. In this way, this citizen is able to visualize their savings, and they participate even more in the rehabilitation processes. In this process, we do this through the Habita Madrid strategy, an innovative plan of monitoring the energetic use that we conduct together with the CSIC, specifically with the Science Institute of Construction Eduardo Torroja, by which we know for the first time in Madrid the data of improvement of energetic efficiency through rehabilitation. We already have some results in Madrid that showcased an energetic saving of 38 million kilowatts per hour and more than 9,300 tons of CO2 that have not been emitted to the atmosphere. So to achieve the transformation of a neighborhood is a shared responsibility between the neighbors and the administration. In this sense, we consider paramount that the citizen is well informed and well assessed when it comes to energetic efficiency and rehabilitation. So that we created the Green Office. It's a tool of information and raising awareness about how important it is, the energetic efficiency in using homes and buildings for the comfort that this can mean. So today it's a meeting point, not only with the neighbors, but also with the professionals of the sectors. So it's now a reference in the public-private collaboration, with more than 20 collaboration agreements already signed. We also developed the assessment service for the houses, Sub Madrid, in which specialists, lawyers from the School of Madrid, they assess for free the citizens, and they advise any citizen on any aspect of housing and buildings. So it's necessary to highlight that for the development of a good housing policy, we needed data. And facing that there was a lack of data, we created the House Observatory and Rehabilitation Observatory in Madrid, which goal was to obtain a better knowledge of the reality of the real estate market and the situation of the housing stock, the conditions of living, and the potential opportunities of rehabilitation in the city. All of this gathered in a paper of grants that will allow to any citizen to be able to visualize any line of action, progress in matter of rehabilitation in the city of Madrid. From the Madrid Town Hall, we are very clear on this. We want to be a main actor in this sense, and we want to participate in building and creating a better city. Today, we are having very important representatives with which we share requests and interests and concerns facing the big challenges of energetic rehabilitation. And this is one of these important places. This is an encounter that, without a doubt, will contribute to Madrid to be a referential city when it comes to the big challenges in rehabilitation of the housing stock and the resolution of common challenges. And we are aware that when we talk about rehabilitation and regeneration, we are facing this future with huge challenges to which we are compelled to give answers and solutions. We want to be the main actors of a city committed to the SDGs of the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Furthermore, when we are in this crucial moment with the recovery plans after the COVID-19, in which the rehabilitation is the main focus of every single debate. These funds are thought and entailed for the recovery of Europe after the terrible pandemic of COVID-19, with cross-sectional access, among others, is the green transition, digital transformation, and territorial cohesion. We are heading the good way, and the data that I just shared with you are supporting us to continue giving steps beyond so that the city of Madrid is more sustainable and it's transformed in as a model to a role model for the following European citizens. So I want you to count on the city of Madrid to carry out any plan or any project that helps us to achieve this project. Thank you to all.
Gonzalez, for that great story about how wonderfully Madrid is doing in the Energy Rehabilitation Challenge. So now it's my great pleasure to introduce the moderator for the first session, our colleague, I can say, Monica Vidal from the Climate Action Network Europe. Monica, over to you.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning to you all. Thank you very much, Adrian, for that introduction. I would like to invite the panelists of this first panel so that they can come here and join me and sit on the desk while we start the introduction. So please come in. Cecilia, Peter, yeah, thank you very much. For me, it's an honor being here today to moderate this first panel. I see some familiar faces between the panelists, but also on the audience. I'm going to explain a bit how the session is going to be conducted. So we have an intersectorial panel where we are going to talk about the different tools, the different initiatives that are being conducted to accelerate the renovation, rehabilitation of buildings. So before going to the topic, we are going to also have Marco Rosampere, a member of the European Parliament. He's going to be online also. He's going to say some words before. Is he ready? Yes, he is. Good morning. I hope you can hear as well. Thank you very much for being here. So, as I said, I am Monica Vidal. I am from Climate Action Network. It's an organization in which we do a follow-up of different policies, among them the Building Directive. That's why we're here, of course. And specifically, I am in charge of the Be Better Life campaign, in which we've heard the voices of civil organizations, social organizations, trade unions in favor of an ambitious directive in rehabilitation and also socially fair. So, without further ado, in this sense, on how we're going to organize the session, is we're going to start with Marcos, who's going to help us to frame a bit this panel. He's going to set the perspective on where we are now in this review of the Building Directive, and then we will start with this panel, and then we will have time for you, so you can ask some questions to the panelists, so that you can also have your opportunity of participating in this debate. So, if it's okay for you, Marcos, we will start with you so that you can help us to frame a little bit the session. I wanted to ask you if maybe you could help us to somehow ponder the process of the negotiation directive. How is it now, the situation, the reviewing process to help the buildings to be more efficient from the energetic standpoint, and also how do you see the role of the European Parliament? And if you could also deepen a bit on how do you see the capacities of the directive to create more healthy or sustainable and safe environments? Talking about buildings, of course, but also our neighborhoods and cities. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you. So the Parliament, first, I wanted to say thank you for inviting me. It's the second time I participate here. So the Parliament, it's giving a response to the proposal done by the European Commission of reviewing this directive of rehabilitation of buildings. So it's a long and tedious process of different proposals, of improvement of the initial plan of the Commission. In March 14 this year, 2023, the Parliament approved a proposal. So on the one side, it was a more ambitious plan compared to the one of the Commission, and there were also some social safeguards added to this plan. So to mention some of them, the last proposal from the Parliament said that for 2050, the global objective of having every building on the European Union being net zero and energetic efficient. This is the framework goal, but there's some intermediate goals, like for example, from 2026, any public building newly built had to be net zero. From 2028, every private and public building had to be net zero also, and also matters on already existing buildings. So from 2030, the residential homes had to be level C, and from 2027, the other buildings. And also, for example, to be able to add, for example, PVs in the buildings, in housing buildings and also private buildings. So there are many intermediate measures that we're going to increase the ambition compared to the first ones. There were some social safeguards, like, for example, the need of assignating some funds to vulnerable neighborhoods. to do some energetic auditings in the rehabilitation plans so that we can limit the vulnerability areas and we can assign these funds to areas that need them the most. So today we're in the process of negotiating between the proposal of the Parliament with the supervision of the Commission and also the Council. So we've conducted many meetings and negotiating meetings on what we called this three-level meeting. And it looks like it's not so focused on the housing stock, but we are talking about percentages of buildings. So these negotiations are being quite complex and intense, but the Council is showing a very comprehensive position on vulnerable housing and also applying financing resources. And we are fighting for the Parliament so that the Council accepts to cover the initial expenses on vulnerable areas and buildings. And we are also negotiating other elements. It's looking good between the three of us, because I think it's a fact that we must celebrate, because when it comes to mobility, sorry, I didn't say this, mobility is going to reduce the CO2 emissions, and we're also talking about the possibility, and it looks like it's going to be an agreement of increasing and offering certain levels of recharge points when it comes to the parking lots of buildings. And when we are talking of this MEPS, we are now negotiating about the possibility of adopting a focus or an approach more into percentages. So, for example, to see the building with bigger percentages, the building that has some, the one that has to be rehabilitated before. So we foresee that before the Spanish presidency ends, we will have an agreement together.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Marcos. Would you like to talk about this directive? How it could improve our environment, the neighborhood, the city, on top of our buildings? Yes. I would like to link this initiative with other initiatives boosted by the European Union. I have had a direct contact with it, like a new European law that wants to link energy reformation of buildings as well as improvement of the building stock and care for people and disabled people as well. The directive is being renewed. We're focusing on adapting the buildings to energy sufficiency, sustainability, using clean energy, improving the air quality of the city environments, urban environments, because of course the buildings will be emitting fewer greenhouse gases, and all of this improves the quality of life of our cities. I must remind you that a very serious problem that we have in the EU is the quality of urban air. And this must be linked with the fact that in July, we approved a directive of air quality in the EU. I believe, well, I always say that with this new initiative, it's the first time that the EU is working beyond technicalities and energy performance. We are promoting 3 pillars that undoubtedly will improve the global quality of life of our citizens, thanks to Bauhaus Europe. We include architecture quality, building stock quality, urbanism, as well as inclusion altogether. So we will bet on the directives where it's most needed, that is, more vulnerable neighborhoods. And I think that's very good news, the fact that we can combine this directive with other initiatives of the EU. In fact, thanks to this initiative, we have a few amendments that we have included in it, and we have the Bauhaus Europe within this umbrella. Thank you very much. I am sure that many of the data you have given are ones that we will be repeating throughout the first panel as well as the second panel. Thank you very much for your words. I know that you won't be able to attend the entire session, so I would like to open a very brief round of questions. If anyone would like to ask anything, now's the time. While you decide, and Caroline has the microphone, thank you so much for the interpreters and their work. Otherwise, this session would be very much more complicated, so thank you. We have a question there?
Luis Irastorza, Green Building.
Hello, could you explain in more detail the percentage approximation of the MEEPs, or the minimum energy performance standards? I am from the Green Building. Yes, of course. I haven't directly participated in this, but I held conversations with speakers participating in this. It's a colleague that he's also an architect, all right? He as well, he's Irish. Concerning the percentages, we want to reach an agreement in which we determine percentages of the buildings that are rated the worst in terms of energy, and they must be renewed year by year. That is, in certain dates. We haven't decided the dates yet. We changed the concept that existed first, that is energy rating for all of the buildings, and now we have percentages of energy ratings. Thanks to the conversations that I held with Chiara, my Irish colleague, out of all the buildings that have an F or G energy ratings, we want a percentage to be renewed in 2030, another percentage in 2033, another percentage in 2036. These aren't real dates, it's just as an example. First, of all F and G energy ratings, we want a final deadline for all. No, we're not doing this. We're doing dates by percentage. It's a way to pave the road, to be guided. Because as an experience, we understand that if we have a global objective by 2040, we will reach 2039, and perhaps we haven't even reached 10% of the objective. So with this, we want the percentages to mark objectives that are more realistic to the short term. Thank you very much, Marcos. Thank you so much for participating online. Okay, we bid you goodbye already. Of course you can stay, but as we all know, you won't be able to stay until the end. Thank you very much and goodbye. Godspeed.
Muchas gracias, Mónica.
Thank you very much, Monica, and to the organization overall. I am so sorry. I have to go to another meeting. I won't be able to stay, but it is a shame. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's start the intersectorial panel. For this panel, as I was saying, the objective is to speak about the tools, the advancements up until the present date, and what needs to come afterwards. We have with us Francisco Javier Martín. He is Director for Housing and Land Use at the Spanish Ministry of Transport, Mobility and Urban Agenda. Welcome. We have Guillermo López, who is coming instead of Jacobo. He works in the energy efficiency of the Spanish Ministry for Ecological Transition Demographic Challenge. We also have Ernesto Vieto, President of the South Europe region of Danfoss. Cecilia Foronda Diaz, Head of Energy and People Area at ECODES. And Peter Sweetman, CEO of Climate Strategy and Partners. Thank you very much to all for being here with us today. As I was saying, the goal of the panel is joining all the different parts under one table to understand how each of the parts contributes to the all. The end goal would be to accelerate the renovation of our buildings. If you all agree, we're going to start with a question for all. It's a question for all of you. Let's start with Francisco. Please talk a little bit about the challenge of building renovations that we were seeing. We're going to need a great cooperation among players, right? How do you understand your contribution at the national level and governance here from the Ministry of Housing? Thank you very much for the invitation and for organizing this event. Indeed, I believe it is a time for alliances and cooperation. The time has come to have this kind of concept at all levels. It's particularly interesting due to this. We work in the building sector and the housing sector as well. We've always had a lack of reliance of trust between players, administrations, and people. And right now, it's the contrary. The inertia is going in the other side. We have been joining interests and combining strategies from the get-go. We have been working together for a long time. We have been cooperating between the different administrations and the private sector. It's true that the ministry always has had and wants to continue having a role not only of moderator, it wants to be proactive. This is why it's true that outside strategic aspects and long-term strategy, right now, we have the opportunity, thanks to these funds, of designing many tools and measures, thanks to the Next Generation funds, that will allow us to collaborate with the different town halls and regions in Spain, thanks to all the participation of companies, professionals, etc. We have designed something to launch things in the next few years. It is as complex as we expected, of course, but we do have experience. Some of the goals framed have been reached, that is true. For instance, cooperation between administrations, companies is being very important. The alliances among experts are important. Beyond working piecemeal, they are tackling the situation by joining others and thus completing their activities. Working among administrations is paramount. We cannot understand aids without self-serving management and independent managements. However, we cannot also understand all of this cooperation without understanding the town halls of the cities. Over 100 agreements. I believe we have reached and gone beyond 200 agreements to implement the regeneration of neighborhoods. This means hard work. It's not always as fast as we would like, but however, the participation is very relevant out of all the administrations. Okay, I'll be brief, I promise. I am particularly interested, when we speak about cooperation, I am interested in what's happening in the neighborhoods, at the neighborhood levels. Of course, we will be speaking about Orcasitas, we will be visiting that neighborhood, and you'll see for yourselves. I believe that improving neighborhoods in terms of coexistence at the social level, we're not only speaking about energy communities, also communities of people. All of this is extremely relevant from the perspective of Marcos. We need to to regenerate cities, not only out of the perspective of architecture, but also coexistence, integration, inclusion. This is also relevant. Thank you very much. Yes, generando ciudad, and of course, generating inclusion. These are words that we will be repeating. Guillermo, from the Ministry of Ecological Transition, what is your role in this process? I believe the concept of cooperation is very significant. We are particularly satisfied in the last few months. We had a very intense process of cooperation with regions in Spain and sectorial associations and companies to develop the new clean certificate system that has started working this year. All the actions among all sectors has been very important, particularly in digitalization as well. Probably the sector that can best calculate savings in a standardized manner is the building sector. The private sector has collaborated with us to reach all the calculations of all savings, energy savings, and I believe that jointly it has been very interesting to understand, that is to not confuse this the white certificate with the energy efficiency rating. We must measure all of these certificates thanks to the calculations. We must not confuse both of these certificates. We have noticed that in Spain and in all of Europe, there's a potential to improve the EPCs, these certificates, to get data, and this will have a huge utility. Now we are starting work so that EPCs have different scales and different labels that are more reasonable and also may have reasonable calculations. As the fruit of this collaboration, it's very interesting to be able to measure the impact in terms of savings of what we do and to truly understand how important the measures, data, and precisions are. We need this to do our job well. Thank you very much. I believe that later on, if we have the chance, we can talk about the measurement to truly understand how our actions are developing. And I saw the same question. What is the contribution of your sector? In your sector, it's more clear, more obvious, but perhaps you can talk about a few challenges that you're tackling. Thank you very much. Yes. We have a multinational Danish company. It has over 90 years of experience in the sector, Danfoss, developing efficient technologies. I must remind you that in 1943, we developed the first thermostatic valve. This technology, developed 80 years ago, is still in use. Right now, we have an electronic valve, but if we only replace this thermal valve, we can reduce the consumption of heating by 30% with a ROI under 2 years. Throughout the years that we have been working, we have invested much in development and innovation in our products and systems. So much so that our technologies are key in all the basic elements of energy efficiency in buildings. Apart from temperature control, thermostats, we must point out heat pumps that have been mentioned this morning. We are key in providing heat pumps. It is an ideal solution for both heat and cooling. And if it's high efficiency, it can substitute many gas equipment in buildings, gas boilers, for instance. We are always looking for efficiency in different technologies. Let's go to a higher level. We also participate in heating districts. we participate significantly in this. This technology is not very well known in Spain, but it's starting to gain traction because it is highly efficient and it is used massively in Europe, where you can have a heat source or energy source with renewables and then distribute throughout large districts. In parallel, we also significantly participate in recovering heat. This sounds maybe weirder, but truly, there are many applications where there's excessive heat used and then it evaporates and it just disappears. We have data centers, for instance, supermarkets, where all of this heat, if it is not used, is just lost. If we're able to connect this with heat networks, we'll be reducing very clearly energy demand. And lastly, we talked about digitalization. We also have many products of digitalization. And I would say that these are predictive elements. They allow us to quantify energy demand of buildings so that we can adjust the energy that we give. All in all, there are a series of products and applications that we believe, we are participating in to decarbonize buildings and districts and cities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to speak about this heating demand and cooling demand within homes. Cecilia, the question goes to you. In the case of civil society, it may be less obvious for many, well, not to me, but to many. What is the role of NGOs in this process? Tell us, what are you doing? How are you contributing to this process? You have the floor. Thank you. The microphone is not on. There. Okay, well, this has been given on a silver platter because everyone talked about alliances, etc. I work on an alliance, and many bodies of civil society, not only NGOs, but also the academy, associations of social housing, are seeking and trying to give this value so that this renewal wave is inclusive within Spanish social policies. We must count on those that are closer to people, that want a new housing but do not have resources, or people that live in very inefficient buildings. We know this reality. Sometimes we see in policies that the will is very good. Now, the lawmaker's will is excellent because we all want the policies to reach those that needed them the most. But when people don't know reality, we aren't able to design this taking into reality into account, which is why we believe that from civil society we can contribute with players in alliance and cooperation. We can contribute by defining policies, making them closer to reality. And sometimes this is anything but obvious. We also believe that it is very important for people to rehabilitate. This is why civil society bodies have the trust of people. People living in neighborhoods, people in the field. We have their trust. And this sector has not always had this trust, unfortunately, but we're trying to change this reality. I believe that this proximity makes us have a key role, not only NGOs, but also social services, workers, health workers. Of course, they can improve the housing through rehabilitation, and we can improve domestic economy and people's health. Sometimes we only think of energy efficiency. This doesn't catch the people's eye. We believe that we can be very appropriate agents to launch rehabilitation offices, and then they can inform people in the neighborhood. It's not just about informing. They need to accompany people throughout the process. Rehabilitation is not easy. I have difficulty even in my parents' house. Imagine people that live very far away. It's important that people they trust, entities they trust, should translate should act as translators. For instance, we speak about thermal valves, so like, oh, you need to calculate the rating, energy rating, otherwise you won't get the grant. No, I mean, this language should be translated. We have to convey this and give them trust so that we become a benchmark and a referent. Lastly, we also believe that civil society entities, especially those that manage social housing, can become rehabilitating agents. This is a figure that in Spain is on the table in the recovery plan, but sometimes an NGO cannot do this. We can see that other actors can act as recovery agents, and these agents can cooperate in an alliance from several sectors. The building sector, social agents, this kind of cooperation could be very positive. Thank you very much, Cecilia. Thank you very much for naming how important it is to prescribe and also accompany. Many times we forget this throughout these processes. Later on, we'll investigate a little bit so that you can tell us about the work that you do with these families. Peter. Now we're going to speak about economics. What is the contribution of the economy sector, financing sector, to this great challenge that we face? Thank you very much, Monica. Before answering your question, I just wanted to acknowledge Renovate Europe and how excellent it is, because truly in 12 years it has been able to elevate this conversation. Elevating this conversation to these levels. Literally, yesterday, we heard the ministers, they were preparing COP28. They were talking about doubling the energy efficiency throughout Europe. This would be a part of the commitment that I understand the leaders would reach at the end of the year. Also in Madrid, in the same city, with all of you. All of you, you've been working long years in this. Look at this group of people. I see people that were absolutely committed for years, even decades in some cases, so that this goal, this ambitious goal of the Spanish presidency, this is important to note because in Spain we have excellent technicians and architects, as we have heard in Madrid, as well as in the other cities. The building quality, as well as in the UK, is just bad. And even if in many places we do not have areas where the temperature helps us not use this much energy, this isn't the case for Spain, for all of Spain. We have to act to leverage this excellent opportunity to finish the package of measures that would be the basis of Europe's posture in energy. One of the problems that are always mentioned, that has been present in the controversy, is, do we have enough money? Do we have enough funds in Europe? Does energy renewal make sense? I remember that this question was asked me before I recorded a conversation with the agency of valuing in Europe. And I thought, how can I answer in numbers? I do have some financial experience. And so I considered the energy expenditure in Europe. So I thought, how are the next 30 years going to be in terms of expenditures? So I did a calculation and I compared them to the present, thinking about saving half of European expenditure of energy. What quantity of money could we get today? It's funny. The good news is that discounting this government costs, the quantity is more than enough. In terms of numbers, 60K per home. With discount of financing costs of the government or loans, mortgage loans. But using a kind of discount that we have in mind as consumers, or above 10%, we cannot get there. As a financing person, this shows something that's very important. Another calculation I did was taking all the available money in the Next Generation plan for Spain, dedicated to renewals. I divided by the average cost of renewal in Spain, 125,000. If we pay with the funds available out of all public funds, 100% renewable, okay, of housings, we can reach 125,000. This is less than 10% of what is written in the National Plan of Climate and Energy. What becomes clear is that without the participation of private funds, we cannot go anywhere. In over a decade, I have worked with banks, helping them inform citizens of the possibilities of saving money when they are hiring a mortgage loan. It's quite funny because we watch the news here in Spain, and a few weeks ago, apparently there was fewer mortgage loans were hired in Spain. Right now, there was a type that represented 40K per month. That is a huge reduction compared to other years. But 40,000 a year is more than double of the type of yearly renovation that we have seen for years in Spain in terms of interest rates. So for starters, why don't we have conversation in terms of mortgage loans, about savings, energy savings, and what would be the solutions? We must ask ourselves that. Thank you very much. It was very clear and concise concerning numbers. This is clear. We must have private contribution, and right now these mechanisms should be launched so that it's possible. Right now, I will ask you to be a little brief in the next few questions. It's very important to frame the session, but I would also like to give the opportunity for the audience to ask you a few questions. I'm not the only one that asks questions. I also want this opportunity. Francisco, I'd like to start with you. Javier. As the ministry that establishes the urban agenda, how do you believe that a solid planning towards the future can contribute to this challenge of renovation?
Bueno, la planificación es esencial.
Planning is essential. As we are all saying in this fund of city renovation, not talking about buildings, we are talking about renovating our cities, and that cannot be done without planning. And it's true that the urban tools, at least in Spain, and it's not the same in every country in the Union, but at least in Spain, the urban tools are too rigid, too stiff, and they are not flexible, and they do not have the capacity to adapt to the times we are living. So the urban agendas are a fundamental element. As you know, in parallel to all of these plans of lines of actions and executions of these funds, there's a specific programs of action plans that what they want is to somehow do a companionship with the different plannings. As Peter said, so we are rolling out something, we are starting something, and it goes beyond on financial terms and time terms. We have to define sometimes, and we have to define the funds and resources also. But we are giving some steps forward from the planning side. And of course, we have to have a financing with this, which is not going to be public only. We have achieved the financing entities to start financing different neighborhoods, for example. So now we need to get to the financing to the more vulnerable neighborhoods. It's the following step. And in these vulnerable neighborhoods, you cannot tackle the situation without planning, without urban agenda, and this cannot be tackled without the full participation of entities from the third sector, from entities that generate trust, and without the direct participation and ambitious participation of the administrations also. Thank you very much, Javier. Without a doubt, of course, that strategy, those urban agendas to include all of these strategies and the renovations, it's something quite obvious. So, Guillermo, before you were talking about your work measuring those impacts. So maybe you can talk now more about the programs that have generated this real savings with an impact of the emissions and impact of the economy in the case of buildings in Spain. Well, there's three elements or three regulatory legs, let's say. It's the thermal installations from the technical code of building. This is the first one. So for every building, there are conditions which are more demanding when it comes to energy saving, and the technical code, which is very demanding, that affects to the new buildings, but also with the buildings with integral rehabilitations. There's a second leg of this, aids and grants at every level, municipal, autonomous, central, regional. And the success has been very different depending on the area. There's autonomous communities like Asturias and Navarra, where this has been successful, and other ones it was not successful at all. And especially the next generation funds that has been managed together with the autonomous communities, and now it's been this is very successful to manage, and congrats on this good work. And on our side, there's this third leg that I mentioned that's starting this year, which is the white certificates. And for us, it has three main elements, which are very interesting. The first one is the incentive they offer is directly proportional to the quantity of energy that you save. So up to now, a grant was proportional to the investment. So you could save double or not in a project, and if you had the same investment, you received the same. But now there's a proportion. And the second one is that we've conducted a very big effort between all of us, I go back to cooperation, to reduce the red tape on the both side, the private enterprise and the administration, just to the bare minimum necessary. And I think this is very interesting. And the third element derived from this second point is that the times to receive the money are going to be very fast. One of the claims, the normal claims, is that these grants take a lot to come, even more than 1 year. So the collection time is going to be shorter. So since you finish the installation, you can negotiate by several processes that I'm not going to explain now, but the incentives can be collected in a sudden way, like from one day to the other. So in the future, we expect that this white certificate system will have a very important role when it comes to give some incentives to savings in buildings and in any other sector too. Yeah, that's a good news, right? Like the collection times are going to be faster and shorter. That's going for sure to help the process and people to encourage them to participate. How do you think that public policies contribute to the deployment of the solutions, some of the technical solutions you mentioned before, to favor the renovation of buildings? Well, I believe public policies and legislations are paramount to accelerate the energy transition, without doubt. Spain comes from this ages of good weather, cheap energy, in which energy efficiency was not the top one priority. And now we are finding ourselves in this situation in which these cases you are mentioning in which the return of the investment is quite reasonable. You improve the comfort, you improve the health, but despite everything, the owners of the houses do not take the decision. So the rehabilitation numbers is under 1% due to this. And we have some cases in which the incorporation of the different laws makes this to be an accelerating element, like for example, the approval of the EPBD has been a wonderful element to decarbonize buildings. And let's hope that this second version it's even better. Just a comment here. Everything should be with long-term goals and in a consistent way. Long-term for the owner of the building or the owner of the house, because if the owner invests in their house, which is sometimes expensive, they have to be sure that in 5 years the terms of negotiation are not going to be changed, and now he has to change this for the other thing because he already changed. And this is the same for companies, because on the long term we can have some planning, some programs, we can create job positions, and it has to be consistent. We have recent examples in Europe where policy changes by surprise have just paralyzed the sector. We are thinking about Italy or Germany, and these are mistakes that we must not commit because we have seen what happens in other places. So long-term goals and consistency in our laws so that the market is relaxed and the stakeholders feel safe, and that's important. Thank you very much, Ernesto. Clear goals and long-term goals. Cecilia, in your organization, you mentioned before you're close to people, you have experience, you've been working for many years with families suffering from energetic poverty. I don't know if you want to share your experience, because maybe this situation has increased in the last years, and I wanted to ask you, what can we do to really integrate the perspective on the long term that Ernesto mentioned in these building policies, and measures that can also help to alleviate the energetic poverty? Well, I think I'm going to reply better. If you want to see what we do in ECODES, our program to help our energy poverty people, we've been working now for 10 years. So you can see in our webpage more information. But we have realized that to solve the energy poverty on the long term, rehabilitation is paramount. Rehabilitation of houses. Because as I always say, and you must have heard this before, the cheapest energy is the one that you not consume. So in that sense, for us, if we only take a look at families suffering from energetic poverty, we would celebrate that at the end of these three-level dialogues, the proposal it's already there, and it's to reserve funds to rehabilitate the homes with people with less resources, people suffering from energy poverty. That's on the way, so let's hope that this proposal is written down on the paper. But with funds, that's not enough. You cannot achieve this. It's necessary to find this compulsory element. I know compulsory, it's something that's scary, but we added this minimum norms of energy efficiency. I think it's a very important regulation that, well designed, can activate the rehabilitation of these families. So, of course, these MEPs have to prioritize the less efficient buildings. I don't know if this scheme of first this 3, then this 3, for me, it will be best like the less inefficient before and then the others. But, well, this compulsory element for us is very important because you can enhance the rehabilitation of the housing stock, which is for rent. Families suffering from energy poverty, 80% of them live in the renting stock. They rent, they are not owners. So the incentive, this divided incentives, the owners do not suffer the consequences of the increase of the prices of energy. They do not suffer the uncomfortable situation because they do have people for rent in their homes, and the people that are renting the houses do not have enough resources to do it. So that's why we believe that the MEPs are a very good tool to achieve the improvement of this less efficient housing stock habilitated by families suffering energy poverty. and that is necessary and it's compulsory to do this rehabilitation, yes or yes. It's very important to talk about the vulnerable families. It's a very important element that mostly of them live renting, they are not owners. So we have to take this in account for the MEPs. Peter, you before mentioned some notes on this. You've been for more than 15 years working the financing on the energy renovation. Do you think that there are new elements among the new review of the EPBD that will allow that the building renewal are accessible for all of us, all of the people that have less resources? Well, yes, that's the answer, yes. Truly, something I would highlight from this new building directive would be what I mentioned mortgage portfolio standard. So when I said before, how is it possible to be able to transform these 40,000 conversations only in Spain per month to do more conversation to provoke more demand? I believe. Well, I'm going to change what I was going to say. So, September 13, United Nations celebrated a roundtable here in Madrid also, in which I saw all of the presidents from the 3 big Spanish banks committing themselves to responsible banking. And in Spain, we have a banking system that today it's leader in the climate commitments at a global level. We have one of the most important number of commitments with net zero goals in COP26 in Glasgow. So we have a banking sector which is quite aligned with what the country has to do, Spain, in terms of decarbonization. So in that same conference, a bit later, we debated about a study that I co-led with the EFIC group, which is from the European Commission and the United Nations, where we study technical stuff, like for banking, with banks. One of the reports we published last year was the result of analyzing 800,000 mortgage loans to answer this simple question. Is it less probable that someone does not pay or is delaying the payments of their mortgage loan living in a high energy efficiency housing? So according to the data, only considering energy efficiency data, 2 years of work, 800,000 banks, many regions in Europe, and the answer is yes. It's not a surprise for me that when a family has to pay less in their energy expenses, they can pay other accounts from their houses. So this conclusion is super important because this showcasts for the first time the connection between all of the work from the banks from these last decades on what I can call the agenda of sustainable finance and what we are talking today about, which is the being able to achieve a mortgage loan. So the mechanism defined in the EPBD and in the Article 15.4, where we can connect for the first time the process of granting a mortgage loan with the connection of the energy certificates or the energy performance certificate of the building, making it transparent, visible for every part, and leaving these necessary resources are available and set over the desk for the whole community of citizens that have homes and can accept these conditions of the mortgage loan. And what Cecilia mentioned, there's many families that could not receive or be granted a mortgage loan. And for them, it's the posture of the European Parliament, shown by this member of parliament, Sampere. It's a loan guaranteed by the Commission or the Union for those that cannot access to this mortgage loan. They could combine this grant between brackets of European rehabilitation with very attractive conditions from a financial standpoint, so that they could see in a better way the accounts and the positive results, and they are not harmed by not being able to have the enough account or money to receive a mortgage loan. Well, it's good that the answer is yes. Now we need to achieve this to be maintained in the texts and papers so that they can get to the rollout different levels and different sectors. I'm going to do a last question. In this case, I'm going to ask you to be even more brief if you can, so that we can have a Q&A with the participants. So the first one is for the two ministries. Same question. So for you, I would like to ponder, why do you think it's necessary to get this ambitious agreement of the EPBD during the Spanish presidency of the European Council? Why my ministry is called Ministry of Transition. So the need here is not to emit carbon. So this is revolutionary. It's one of the greatest challenges that the humankind has ever faced. So I don't know if the word ambition it's running short. Only from the revolutionary standpoint, we can face all of this challenge, which is huge. And from the point of view of the Spanish presidency, the ambition, it's already, I mean, we understand the ambition is the three versions of this three-level dialogue is there, and we focus more on technical side. Peter has done a very interesting reflection on the financial side, but it's also that resources are limited. And we must, with these resources, limited resources, to have the bigger impact when it comes to economic impact, economic return. And this, at the end, had a very technical profile when it comes to this heating or cooling networks that you mentioned, which are super interesting, and I think I hope in Spain are going to have a very important role. What do we think about the accumulated savings, or the price per kilowatt, or how do we consider the climate areas, or the different kind of buildings when setting goals, to define different goals that have to do on how we use the resources to do what we have to do. And the meeting that we are having now, well, I do participate in some others on these trilogue dialogues on the ATMs. They are very technical meetings, and we have to approach the problem as better as possible to have the better resource. So the values come from home. That's the most important side. Well, following what he said, we're talking about the revolution, which is an environmental revolution. It's financial revolution also, because we are facing the big challenge of the financing based on real estate assets, has in account the value of this asset when it comes to environment, life cycle. And this is something we still need to achieve, but it's already there, and the banks are getting ready for this, and the European Central Bank is pushing. And we are in a sectorial revolution also. We translating what we have to carry out in this activity, the rehabilitation. So translating it to all of the sector of construction, we will need a reconversion of the whole industry of construction and building. And it's based on main principles of digitalization, sustainability, industrialization, and this all together in an activity that generates so much employment, so many resources, let's say cycle close resources, and the main beneficiary is the citizen. It's not a benefit focused on just some people, but it is completely spread over society. So a revolution like this, we are living a historical moment in all of this when it comes to this. And to accelerate this, it's not because we are holding the presidency here, it's because it's paramount to accelerate this, because it's for the benefit of all. Thank you, Javier. So now the sector of construction and building, Ernesto. Apart from the goals and policies and goals from your sector, what other activities do you think we have to enhance and boost to accelerate this? And what's missing? Good question. We need to boost from our sector training professionals and communication of the benefits of the technologies already existing. Technologies exist, they work, they are applied. Sometimes we don't know them. So we have to do an additional effort in training and educating professionals from the sectors, the new generation in universities, different schools, companies, enterprise in every single level and sector. My company is dedicated to supply components to third companies that build equipment or installations, and it's part of our DNA to train our customers and the customers of our customers. So the boost must come from that side. Danfoss, I can talk on the name of the whole sector. We would be interested with collaborating with all of the public administrations so that this communication and education and training is something robust, strong, and that help to the energy transition. Thank you very much, Ernesto, for also introducing the side of education, which is so necessary. And now, Cecilia, on your side, let's go back to this negotiation of the EPBD, and when it comes to this following directive in the case of Spain, what do you think are, according to you, the social safeguards that you would like to see in this text? I would like to see them in this transposition law, but if it's on the final law, even better. So when it comes to renting, I always talk about renting, but it's the normal life of people we work with. So to set some maximum prices on rents when a home has been rehabilitated with public funds. I mean, it's understandable that an owner wants to get the more money, the best, but if it has been rehabilitated with public funds, that we can keep for some years this maximum price for renting, because if not, we are going to be seeing with this for example, in Berlin, this has happened, what it's called the evictions by rehabilitation. So there was an increase on a rent in the rehabilitated homes with public funds. So for us, it's very important to avoid these evictions and to do a very important policy to not impact families. So the next generations in Spain were able to achieve finance exemption so that they are not seeing on the final on treasury matters. So we think that this policy for the next generation has to be translated to the aid from rehabilitation from public funds. So our friends that have worked in Orcasitas are going to explain this. People that have asked for this grant for rehabilitation, and now this from the treasury was seen as something that they have received. They have seen this as an income, and as seen from treasury an income, they hindered them from receiving other grants. So this has not to be seen as an income. And then we have to translate very well that it's not just a saving, it's that they improve the comfort on their houses. Sometimes all of these norms, like the KS, like the norms of how I give you this aid, this grant, for more vulnerable families, they have to take in account the improvement. No, will not always be there, but the improving the comfortable situation is going to be there. Yeah, it's always very important to say that we want to improve the comfort of the families because they are not going to expend or waste anymore. Peter, what processes are you seeing in Spanish banks that can demonstrate to the European banks how to do it? Well, yeah, once again, so to be positive, what we've been able to see maybe in this last year in general, it's this huge change on how everything's changing, like, for example, artificial intelligence, machine learning. I'm sorry, I'm not very well in Spanish with these words. But what I've seen among banks, because there's a big difference between what banks say in a public forums and what compared to what they are preparing behind. So the use of data from organizations that can create a 3D model of each building in Spanish, Germany, Austria, or whatever the country. And based on this 3D model, using every single data necessary to estimate what will be the energy expenditure of this building and to forecast the savings through a renovation and offering that renovation in an instant way to millions of customers, that will be an input that it's not foreseen now. Sometimes I feel we are trapped in conversations of a decade ago on how can we improve the energy performance certificate, and I think that moment is completely past. Now we have to try to make possible that any citizen in any building will have a direct access to data about their building and the possibilities that they have presented maybe by public agents, private agents, or only available through different intelligent models. I remember, to put some context on this, a meeting this was more than 10 years ago, with the Obama person in charge of energetic ministry, and we did a Google Maps model, and we found the house of this guy in, I'm talking about 10 years ago, and we showed the energetic expenditures of his house through Google Maps, only based on the zip code and some questions about when it was built and the sun, at what hours the sun is hitting the house, and that's it. This was 10 years ago, and from there has been no other development. But there are tiny companies which are offering an improvement of this data. So, I mean, there's this possibility, and I do believe that maybe in the conversations of the organization sectors dialogues, we are lost in this traditional style of big models, big reports, but the world of technology, it somehow is going faster, and they are nurturing a market that has a huge potential, and we have to embrace that market with agents that can talk to them and solve, as my colleague said from the Czech Republic, where they do 80,000 renovations per year. And we have to have even bigger numbers, 100,000 per year. That's another paradigm to process data and to... But I firmly believe that the financing institutions are ready for this challenge.
Thank you very much, Peter. Right now, I would like to open a Q&A session. I know we're a little late. Please tell me, Adriana and Caroline, how much time we can take. Let's start there.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning. I am Ines. Thank you so much for all your speeches. It was very interesting to see all the aspects of energy rehabilitation from the civil society, public sector, technology, finance, etc. I wanted to ask, what role do you think energy companies have in this process? Of course, they are supplying energy. When we're speaking about energy, we're speaking about lowering emissions, consumptions, improving heat comfort. You talked about many roles, but I think it's significant to understand suppliers. What are their role? How are they going to be affected by these processes? How do you see its participation in rehabilitation in Spain? Thank you very much. Guillermo? Big energy companies have many divisions. Some of them supply energy. In this case, they are in competition with other companies. What's most interesting to me is that within all of this system of certificates, white certificates, the demand of these white certificates, are asked by energy companies themselves, not because they want to. They have to by law. A few years ago, we have launched a national fund of energy certificates. It is not a state certificate. They are not state funds. They are enriched by other funds financed by law. And these funds give grants. From this year on, we give the opportunity to energy companies to decide whether they want to pay, and the price is 167 euros per megawatt year for this year. And in the next few years, we expect them to rise. Whether they prefer to pay or give us energy performance certificates certifying that they have saved the equivalent energy, okay? Because we want them to save. This is the initial obligation. Somehow, we want them to finance, okay? This is under the directive, right? We want them to finance all of the actions of energy efficiency in all sectors. This is a part of what energy companies do because they must. Energy traders, to be more precise, okay? And this is thanks to the Energy Agency. Thank you, Guillermo. Any other questions? Yes. Hello. I thank you for the presentation. I would like to call your attention on a topic that may seem weird. In rehabilitation, we have risk. Risk of damages to the building, budgets, not reaching energy performance expected. The EU, from the 90s, expects a guarantee and performance through risk financing. We have a very significant industry in Europe. I myself have talked with other companies. Since we have objectives in energy rehabilitation, they would want to guarantee for citizens, because citizens fear the budget, they fear the performance of the action that we will be implementing, and there's an industry, the insurance, that offers this, and this industry can contribute with systems to guarantee the quality of intervention. Think that we are intervening in citizens' buildings. They don't have their own budget, a huge budget, and so we must guarantee them the project economy and savings, as well as energy performance. This isn't written in policies. When a new building has a law guaranteeing 3 years or several years, but an existing building has a lot of damage risk, okay? Risk of default as well. We don't make them have a guarantee. Okay, so a citizen buys a new home and everything's guaranteed, and someone buys an old building and it's not guaranteed. So I wanted to call your attention on this. I'm very glad about everything you have said. And I thank the ministry because it develops systems, innovative systems. We must industrialize. We must improve the sector, improve the capacity of for ideal systems of construction, so that we don't have problems when it comes to rehabilitating buildings. I agree with what you said. This initial process that is being made, as you know, the financing is is public by 50%. It has been endorsed by 50%. Of course, this doesn't mean it has zero risk, but 50% is endorsed. This is relevant, however. We don't have insurers here to represent the insurance sector, but yes, I have heard about this. Ensuring the process. In the end, there is a risk while the rehabilitation is being done. This would be an element to be ensured. It is simple, and as everything, it is a market. It is something that we are building all together. This will pop up, I'm sure. I think we have time for one last question. Okay, two very brief questions, okay? There, I saw a hand raised. Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I'm Marta San Roman from ASEC that builds heating equipment. Thank you very much to the panel. I would like to say or warn you on certain cross-cutting points. The EPBD is a challenge for all, be it vulnerable people or technology, financing, for everything. I would like to call your attention on harmonizing EPBD with other norms and regulations. In the first transposition to the RITE, we believe that there are some gray areas that leave gaps. This is why maybe not all performance measures are applied, and this leaves the door open to interpret laws however they want. That is, the autonomous regions or the regions can interpret the laws as they will. I would like to warn you, the fact that we have to transpose laws so that it isn't left to interpretation. And I would like to also ask, how will we be overseeing markets? There's a possibility of creating a few policies that respond to all of these concerns. But if there's not market overseeing, in Spain, unfortunately, we have experiences like this. So let's look at our neighbors in France, for example. Renting homes, I don't know, from next year, I believe, will only be made if the energy rating is above a certain minimum. These are comments that are cross-cutting about how we can guarantee that the EPBD and many of the initiatives commented will truly be translated into measures that are implemented in a successful manner in the next few years. Thank you. Thank you, Marta. Okay, one more question. Please, a quick one. And then you can think about who's going to answer Marta's question. I invite you later on. We'll be closing the panel and we'll have a coffee break. And so later on, please talk to the different speakers so that then you can convey all your doubts or comments during the coffee break. We need more female voices today. Hello. Good morning. I'm Gabriela Frese, director of the Ecometro Association. We work for decarbonization of architecture. I would like to ask and highlight on the point 9 within EPBD. I haven't heard it. We talked about energy efficiency a whole lot at the usage level, but I think this is fundamental and essential. It is a carbon emission in all the life cycle of buildings. And I'd like to ask, how can we link this in the review and costs of life cycle analysis? We talk a lot about reducing operational and operative costs, but what about the carbon within the buildings? These are 10% of what's emitted at the global level. This is what you said. You said that the numbers give a precise idea, and I believe we also have to talk about carbon emission and the costs on the building when it's built and how this can affect us until 2050. If we don't start working at that, well, we won't get to zero net emissions. Thank you. Thank you very much for both questions. Peter? I can directly answer on Article 9. It is a very significant topic. I have been working on embodied carbon for 3 years, so the CO2 in all the materials needed for construction and rehabilitation. The good news is that not only will it depend on EPBD, which language on the commitments could get to a safe haven, we must talk about a parallel process. The Eco Design Directive that will regulate the sustainability in all products as well as construction products of the CPR as well. The debate is essential. How we can start a culture in which 100% of emissions can be within the construction materials, as well the quality of construction material. In a construction, we should have a selection criteria, cost plus CO2, so that the prices are visible for everyone. This means that all producers that have a possibility to produce iron, for instance, with low levels of CO2, or steel. Right now, this is invisible. Even though we may not speak so much about CO2 embedded within construction material in Europe, perhaps having cement or steel that have less than half or almost no products constructed. Let's say there are products that don't have competition products with less CO2. If there's a market change, the premium or cost could be reduced up until zero or a negative amount. In this case, if there's a transference, the market is going to guide the construction products that have less CO2, and then we can use the best products for the future. The only thing we have to do then is to orient all of these construction materials in that sense, and the EPBD as well. Okay, Marta's question in 30 seconds. You must know that we had forecast to launch a new version of the RITE this year, and we haven't done so because we wanted to be coherent with the new directive. We have seen the vigilance of the market topic. I hope that the EPBD approves us soon, but I think that at the start of the new year, I believe that we will be able to negotiate or speak about the new version of the RITE that will include all the concerns of all the different sectors. Thank you very much, Guillermo. Thank you to all the speakers participating in the panel. Thank you. Thank you to the audience who participated. Thank you for your questions. I won't try to sum up everything that has been said in the panel because many things have been said, but I'd like to call out the fact that we talked about ambition and then revolution. I believe this is significant. I would like to highlight a few of the things that were often repeated, the kind of alliance. It's time for cooperation. Look at all the conversations we had today. We must prioritize people. We need training, funds, communications. In a nutshell, what we want, we would like this directive to include ambition as well as social justice. Thank you very much.
So let's be very quick with the coffee, if that's okay. Back in the room at 10 minutes after noon. So 20 short minutes, okay? Hola. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Can you take your seats? And we can start again. So, our second session is going to follow our first session, which obviously was of great interest to you as an audience. Thank you once again to Monica for moderating and to the speakers. It was a really stimulating exchange. And now we're going to move to a session where we will see some best practices in live ahead of going in person this afternoon. But this session will be moderated by our co-organizer, Dolores Huerta. She's Director of the Green Building Council España. Dolores, it's over to you.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, all coordinators from Renovate Europe. Y muchas gracias a todos.
And thank you everybody who are here, because you are the main characters. It's because of you that this is happening. As Adrian said, we are going to change a bit the topic. We are going to grab all of this group of tools and policies, and sometimes are born in Europe, sometimes are born on the most individual element, which is a citizen, and then this is translated to reality, the reality of our house park, of our buildings. This is a pleasure for me. This is the round table that I love the most. I think we all should grab some paper and pen to note down what's working, what's not working, and how the rehabilitation of buildings changes the lives of people. We are going to follow a way of the enhancing and boosting of citizen and political initiatives. So this is a journey to which we have to be ready. We have to start with a regional government that has to design this incentive policy on rehabilitation in a big territory. Sometimes there's a misunderstanding between the city and the region, and that's not it. Madrid is bigger. It's not only the city. We have many plans to intervene. We'll go to the citizens, the neighbors.
A ver cómo eso acaba siendo.
To see how this becomes the most transformative topic that we see today. And lastly, let's go to the other part of Europe, Czechia, to see how a government can boost rehabilitation decisively and successfully. Without further ado, I will give the floor to Maria Jose Picho, Director General of Housing and Rehabilitation of Madrid's Housing and Rehabilitation Town Hall sector. Thank you very much, Dolores, for this introduction. Good morning to all. As Dolores was saying in the initial speech, throughout the session, we will try to give you an overview on how we are doing, how we are launching, implementing this wave of renovation and rehabilitation that we believe is so needed to improve not only the health of all of our buildings, but also the lives of all of the citizens living in them. I would like to tell you, first of all, what are all the lines of aids that we have to rehabilitate, and how we landed, how we use the funds of the European Union within the frame of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and also other policies that we are implementing in Madrid. Finally, let's think about the future. What happens after the funds? How should we go on? As Dolores was saying a few minutes ago, the region of Madrid includes not only the city of Madrid itself, which is, of course, includes the majority of the population, over 3 million, but also several municipalities to total over 7 million inhabitants. They are the ones affected by our rehabilitation policies. In the frame of the Plan of Recovery, Transformation, and Resilience Plan, the one most significant in Madrid to escalate our rehabilitation actions, as a Madrid community, we have decided to implement the 5 programs offered to rehabilitate neighborhoods, homes, and buildings, as well as to drive it through rehabilitation offices and other technical instruments that are rehabilitation projects that may be useful, so that in the future the owners associations can tackle the specific task of rehabilitating. That being said, the Madrid community will receive throughout 2021, 2022, and 2023 over 400 million euros that will be useful to rehabilitate our buildings and our homes. We have allocated significant amounts to neighborhood rehabilitation, over 90 million euros. As to the rehabilitation of buildings and homes, for a total amount of 140 million euros.
Son los programas que...
So that's where the programs I was mentioning. So there's a rehabilitation program of neighborhoods that includes buildings with the public space surrounding them, and a rehabilitation office, which is internal, and we consider it's paramount to be able to dynamize the rehabilitation and to reach those neighbors and those communities which are the main agents in this sense. So this is a program of building rehabilitation that all of the community of Madrid can apply to, and building a home rehabilitation, in which it's each citizen to decide if they follow the rehabilitation or not. Another grant line to rehabilitate different projects, which is the program 5, and rehabilitation offices. And we have a budget around 400 million euros, out of which 90 million have already been committed with different neighborhoods from different town halls from the region, and 140 in the following levels I'm going to show. In the case of neighborhood rehabilitation, we sign agreements with the different town halls. Apart from the town hall of Madrid that has declared 4 residential areas of this program rehabilitation, we have signed with other 25 areas, which are regions, which are going to be the beneficiaries of these European funds, from 5,000 potential homes to be rehabilitated in a first phase. That could be more than 10,000, depending on the boost that they receive on the sides of their town halls. There are other town halls which are also interested, and in the following months we will sign the last environments which are going to be rehabilitated. As I said, we had assigned more than 85 million, and we're hoping to get to 90, which are very important to rehabilitate buildings, and especially the space surrounding the buildings. Apart from that scale, with this bigger territory, we have done another calling. We have some direct grants lines for the whole territory of the community of Madrid, where each owners association can rehabilitate their building, or each neighbor can decide whether to rehabilitate their house or not in program 4. So in this case, for us, the European funds meant a big challenge, because as you are going to see now, we have to escalate the rehabilitation when it comes to energetic efficiency and multiply this by 10. So we rehabilitated just a 10th part of the buildings we were going to rehabilitate, and up to now the culture we had in Madrid was to mainly rehabilitate just in accessibility. Citizens were aware of the need to improve the energetic efficiency, but not in the volume that we needed to escalate up to now. We have done great campaigns of communication and awareness, and since May 2022, which is when we launched this first calling of building rehabilitation by 44 million euros, we have increased by 2 the funds and also the terms. So this call ended in June, now it's finishing in September, and now in December, and the initial funds were 44 million euros, and now it's over 90 million euros and 124 million euros available to rehabilitate. This is not only an economic aid, there's been a response from the citizen with requests where we have received requests for over the double the funds that we have available. We have resolving some paperwork. We are trying to solve to see which of them are translated into definitive rehabilitation. Maybe because some of them they're lacking documents, they do not comply with the requisites. But our priority is to respond every request, especially when it comes to building rehabilitation, when it comes to the energetic side, because we believe that's the greatest aim of this recovery plan, because it's what we will achieve to reduce the energy demand in buildings in no less than 30%, and also to be able to reduce their consumption through different measures that will be deployed in all of them. As Community of Madrid, before the end of year 2024, yesterday it was approved the recovery plan. We changed the due date from November 23 to November 24th. So we have to have a minimum of houses with this commitment of rehabilitation by the end of next year. And by the end of June 2026, the reformation works have to be done. Around more than 50% more of houses have to have this also rehabilitation commitment. Moreover, to these granting lines to enhance rehabilitation, we have carried out or started these rehabilitation offices for the whole Community of Madrid to help to spread communication, information, ease in every management step, and also to make it easier, the rehabilitation, especially in the owners' associations, and to give support to the technicians and the companies, because they are the ones that have to tackle this energetic rehabilitation. We have started in the engineering school of the Community of Madrid and technical engineering technical school. They are helping us to manage every single grant line we are having. And we also set an information office in the administrators school, because we consider that the administrators of the owners associations is key to inform all of the owners associations that, as you know, it's the life system that we have in Spain, and particularly in the region of Madrid. That's why it's so important to have the property administrators. Apart from these funds in the Community of Madrid, we also manage other aid or grant programs to improve the energy efficiency of buildings, to improve the energy action. So we have a lines of grants for renewable energies in self-consumption, also some the pre-5000 for small municipalities, some calls for substituting gas boilers by other heating means. So we are escalating in the rehabilitation. From 2022 to 2025, now I'm going to focus on the accessibility side, which is the more traditional side that we have. So we have forecasters on the one side of a call of 26 million euros from 2022 and another 25 million per year during 2022 to 2025. And apart from these grants from the Community of Madrid, we have another call of elevators with a price of more than 52 million euros, because we think that energy efficiency has to be along with accessibility, and that can people live their buildings in the proper and reasonable conditions. This is a very new program. It has been well embraced, and we are going to cover the funds from this call of elevator rehabilitation. And in October, we are going to launch a new call for accessibility by 23 million euros. So what's the meaning of this? That when it comes to numbers that the Community of Madrid was assigning to accessibility and improving energy efficiency, 22 million euros in 2020 and 14 million in 2021. In 2020, part for energy efficiency was only 5 million, and 2021 only accessibility. So we basically are multiplying by 6 the assignation that we are going to assign to accessibility, and by 20 or 30 what we are going to dedicate to energy efficiency. So from 4.8 million in 2020 to a minimum of 140 million in the years 2023. So the recovery plan is being a big boost, the boost that we needed, but we are also being able, between all and with the coordinated effort, to reach the citizens, and that these funds to rehabilitating buildings and homes are having a very good welcome and embrace on the side of all of our, even better than the expectations we had. What do we have to do? The plans of the funds of this recovery plan are not infinite. So we have to grant every single aid, and we have to be finishing with all of these operations of rehabilitation, but we have to continue advancing in rehabilitation. We need to be able, between the administrations, the private sectors, the neighborhoods and owner associations, to maintain this boost and maintain this increase of rehabilitation numbers. Because let's not forget that this is going to help us generate employment and also reduce emissions that will contribute to social welfare. But we believe that furthermore, we have to advance in alternative measures to grants. Grant is the traditional model, is the one we all know, but this entails a lot of difficulties in management, huge times when it comes to receiving the money, and other, or for example, collection time, and other instruments like, for example, tax benefits or the energy performance certificates, to be able to quantify the savings of the owners associations so that they are useful to finance the rehabilitation. All of this can be very useful and powerful tools for the future, and we believe they should be deployed from now on so that we can continue escalating in the rehabilitation together with the participation of the private sector and all of these rehabilitation agents. Without them and the complete management of the process, we won't be able to tackle this challenge. So from the Community of Madrid, there's a full commitment with the improvement of energy efficiency. We have our strategy deployed of energy and climate of the Community of Madrid, and we do believe and hope and expect that we can advance at the time that we should do it, at the pace that we should do it, rehabilitating buildings, houses, and our cities. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a ti, María José. Él ya tiene que marcharse ahora.
Thank you, Maria Jose. She has to leave. I don't know if you have a fast question for her because she has to leave. I mean, we're a bit delayed. Thank you very much for showing us how a region as Madrid is receiving this rain of money, of the funds, and how they are forcing this future post-funds, in which we are going to live in the future, and to a bigger scale of intervention. So, we are going to meet a neighborhood, a very special neighborhood, Orcasitas neighborhood, with a lot of history. I'm going to invite 3 of the main characters which are going to be here with us. But first of all, we are going to take a walk on what's happening in these last years in Orcasitas neighborhood. I think we have a video here, and then you can come to the stage. there was a problem with a facade. I started asking the administrations to help us to fix our buildings. And from there was this issue of thermal insulation and energy efficiency. The most important part has been to provide the whole building envelope line to continue that avoids the thermal breaches and insulates the buildings. We can see that the roofs were like in their original state that contain asbestos, and it was one of the reasons why the rehabilitation of these buildings began, to eliminate the toxic material. Well, here we have the rehabilitated roof, in which we have a considerable amount of thermal insulation and a heat reflective finish to avoid heat. We also put in place a thermal insulator for the entire facade and insulated the arcades of the buildings to complete everything. We have already been able to renovate 1,800 homes. We know that Orcasitas has contributed to the reduction of all CO2 emissions in the city and has also contributed to the reduction of energy consumption. Furthermore, the thermal insulation system on the outside gives the architect freedom when choosing colors or textures, so that the identity of the neighborhood has not been lost. We have gone hand in hand with the neighbors, helping and supporting them throughout the entire process. It was the most difficult thing to talk to the neighbors, to try to make them understand that it was necessary to do this time of work for the benefit of the building, for the benefit on a personal level, and also to help the environment. The renovation is great. In winter, we were paying 280 or 300 euro for heating, and this year I have turned on heating only twice. So in January I paid 23 euros at most for heating. It's been an amazing improvement. The financing for this project comes from municipal funds, 20 million euros, and this has covered up to 80% of the cost of the works. Each neighbor earned an average of around 20,000, and it was a lot of money because there are vulnerable families here, so it was very difficult. In addition, the city council signed an agreement with some banks to get them to give to the communities of owners who historically banks have never wanted to grant loans to the communities, and furthermore at a much lower interest than the one in the market. This has helped the neighbors to pay more comfortably and under much better payment conditions, and they could choose to pay over 1 to 10 years. We are installing 2 devices that measure the pollutants in the air of these flats. We will be monitoring for 2 years to obtain scientific data on the effects that this renovation on the energy consumption and in the living conditions of people have in their homes. It's not that we only achieve savings in emissions and also, of course, on energy bills, but we also bring comfort and health to people who live in these buildings. Our next project is to create a local energy community to get rid of the electricity companies and get rid of gas. We will install solar panels on all buildings so that all neighbors can benefit equally from this project.
Bueno, pues ahora sí que...
Well, now it's the time for Isabel Calzas, Fernando Martín Consuegra, and Manuela Navarro to come here, the main characters of this video and the main characters of this success story. And I have come here, please. This is your home. I said that I would love to have this conversation with a coffee and in one of their houses, but it's going to be happening here. Take a seat, please. As I said, The neighborhood of Orcasitas is one of these examples that people do not believe on how a city works. On the 50s, and in these movements from people from the rural areas to the cities, there was not this a possibility to give a solution for housing to so many people, and they allowed the self-construction. So basically, it's the citizens, the ones that they build their own homes. There's many ages has gone by since this happened, but this neighborhood didn't lose this spirit of social cohesion. It's something that I always see in Orcasitas. We'll have 3 of these main characters here because this is not just a case of a policy directed from a town hall that ends in the rehabilitation or renovation of a neighborhood, but it's the initiative from a neighbor, Manuela. One day she sees that there's a little stone that falls. Can you tell us briefly this story, this 10-year story now? Like very summed up. Well, good afternoon. I'm Manuela Navarro, and I am from Orcasitas, from the Neighborhood Association. So this happened in 2014. There was a part of the facade that 600 kilos, not a small stone, that fell from the facade of the building. So I saw this, and I went to see what had happened. I couldn't believe that a 600 kilo fell from the building. So we had a problem because we had like hundreds of these elements that fell. So, I mean, if one fell, maybe there could be the others that was going to fall in the future. So I gave this information to the neighbors that they were aware of this problem, that we tried to somehow do some kind of revisions on our building. And it was a complete disaster because the first meeting for me was very important because it was very dangerous what was happening. Only 6 neighbors came. In the second one, only 8. And we were discussing and having fights between each other, and I kept on insisting because it was necessary. And by doing some informative meetings, at the end we had meetings for 100, 200 and 300 people. This, thanks to all of these meetings and this common understanding that at the end were the neighbors accepting the situation, in only 6 months, 60% of the 107 buildings had signed the renovation works, and we asked for the grants. This was a very important step because after this, the other buildings, until reaching 107, they had been signing for the renovation works. All of them have been closed. I think we have 5 more grants to call for. And in year 2018, we started with the first renovation works with 4 buildings, among them my building. And now we are with the projects of the single family flats. They do not have any significant problem, but they want to do it for the environment. So we've been able in the neighborhood, thanks to all of this information that we provide to the Neighbors Association, that change a little bit their mindset. Because it is true that someone said here before, because if it's only for the environment, it's a bit difficult for the time to say, okay, we must do it. But we must understand that if we go a meeting and I inform myself and I leave knowing that I have to pay 400,000 euros, then I don't want to know any more about this. And now we're in this process. A long process, but in which there's not only one participant. At a given moment, the closed administration appears, the Madrid Town Hall, and they are there to support, to go along with you. Isabel, what's been the work of the Town Hall to find this problem of the stone falling from the building? Thank you for inviting us. It's a pleasure to talk always about this project of Orcasitas. Manuela told us like a movie, so we're in the scene in which we have the town hall coming into the screen where we knock on the door, and basically Manuela came and she said, I have a problem of things falling from my building. So we heard them, and we direct a little bit the line of action, and also focusing this on energy efficiency. And we have this connection, which is key for the development and transformation at the neighborhood, which is the neighborhood boost, together with the municipal support or administrations in general. So when she tells us this story and we have this connection, the ingredients that we have applied and the role of the town hall is basically to repeat in this neighborhood every single policy that has been conducted in Madrid. And as it is such a motivated neighborhood by Manuela, they have been saying yes to everything. So we acquired the commitment to publish annually grant plans for Madrid, and combined with others specifically aimed to vulnerable neighborhoods, like in the case of Orcasitas. Also with down payments, that has been one key element to be able to receive the money in the moment they have the license. They do not have to wait until the works are finished. And through this agreement with the banks to also pay the side of the works which are not granted with these funds. This was a new element, and the Orcasitas people were very excited about this. 700 houses have participated on these low interest rate loans, and more than 7,000 families have also participated. And of course, to measure the results, I don't want to dig deeper on this because it's going to be better Fernando at explaining all the numbers, but it was very difficult that they were able to understand what is monitoring. What does it mean that you're having to have these devices in your house that you don't know what they are about? They are going to spy on you. They're going to be listening to your conversations. So we were very cautious. We were trying to catch them first with this economic element, like if you allow me to monitor, we're going to increase the grant by a 10% for the owners association, and even to the neighbor that places this device by a 90%. And the response was great. They were interested with the project. They participated, a lot of them. There's more than 40 buildings, 40 homes being monitored in this quarter, in this neighborhood. And the most important element is to go hand by hand with them, like do this companionship element, to knock on the doors, and they always open the door to receive everything. We receive their, of course, their suggestions, their claims. Sometimes they were thankful for everything, so to be with them always in every step and to use every municipal tool. Maybe we could dig deeper on these tools later. So you mentioned before this monitoring, this innovation, like it's one of the first grant programs or financing programs that goes along with a monitoring plan. This has a very important labor or work, which is cover this breach or this gap that we mentioned before, how important it is to have quality in energy certificates, but also to compare it to reality. And with the theoretical side, it's made real with the behavior, for example, with the neighbor. So what do we expect, or what's behind this monitoring program, and why do you think so important? Fernando from the Eduardo Torroja Institute. It is very important to monitor these projects of renovation, because we are injecting a huge amount of funds. So we need to have knowledge, feedback on what's happening, on what results we are obtaining with this renovation works. And in that sense, the Town Hall of Madrid, in a very courageous way, they signed an agreement with the CSIC, which is the Higher Council for Scientific Research. We are a public entity and independent, and we came up with this plan of monitoring based on research programs that we had done previously on social housing with the Eduardo Torroja Institute. And we want to have measured data, real data, scientific data applied to these scientific results we obtain, so that we are able to obtain the reduction of CO2 emissions. And not only that, it's also been mentioned previously that the energetic rehabilitation improves the quality of life of people. And moreover, apart from this savings in those houses in which you cannot have savings because they are in an energetic poverty situation, or that they do not have the possibility on having some expenditures in energy, to monitor the levels of comfort before and after the renovation works, and also the quality of the air through different sensors of CO2 concentrations in the air. That's a bit.
Los resultados vendrán.
What about the results? They'll come later, but I understand that they'll be made public and transparent. We all really want to see whether everything we've planned, that we are convinced qualitatively, people say that they live better. We must know, right, in a quantity matter, whether it works. Yes, of course, the results are public. They're part of the city hall in Madrid. And of course, we're going to publish these results, broadcast them. This will also help broadcasting the benefits of energy renovation. The neighborhoods are on it, and we'll be able to give them more data to reinforce all of these beliefs. Those of you who know Manuela, I'm sure many of you do. I met her in 2018, I believe. We were preparing the review of the current national strategy for energy renovation. Every time I've met her before, well, she's very joyful. She's a ray of sunshine. She always has a but. She always comes saying, Dolores, everything's going well, but look at this. Dolores, but look at that. If anyone wants to know what doesn't work in renovation, they must ask Manuela, because she's gone through all phases. She has lived through all barriers and hindrances. So Manuela, let's sum up things. What are the terrible things we need to learn from our mistakes, from our barriers, because they keep existing? I give you this moment of the yes, but. Thank you. Indeed, I am the but person. I believe that as a citizen, of course, I'm the one who knows what truly goes on in such a significant renovation as a neighbor. Of course, it's critical for me and very important. I believe in the project, and I believe that all the buildings must be like that, because all the families have a right to have a dignified home, even if it's 30 square meters. What are the buts? We have started the first renovation 5 years ago. It's true that you find other problems. The most significant thing for me are taxations. We have the Next Generation funds that are helping us because, of course, it's a big injection of funds, and it does support and it reinforces with the grants of the town hall, of course. But we have a problem because the Next Generation funds do not have taxation. However, the rest of grants do. What does this mean? That a certain neighbor that must receive a grant, even though it's given to the community, well, of course, he has to pay the taxes this is seen as income. This means that some neighbors have to pay up to 6,000 euros. As it well happens, with all common sense, of course, so you give aid to who needs it the most, that's reasonable. But then, when it comes, when we have to do the income statement, the salary is not very high, but the treasury is killing them alive. If they cannot pay the treasury, well, they take away the flat. This is reality. And right now, this year, we have lived through and are living through a situation, and believe me, it's very painful to me, because we're speaking about people who make, who are 85, 86, even 96 years old, and they make 300, 400 euros. So the state gives them a compliment so that they make maybe 700 euros. They consider that that's what they need to live. These people, this year, I have 25 neighbors. And apart from paying the treasury, 5, 6, 7,000, whatever they have to, well, if they have to, they must. But apart from paying that, Treasury is asking on the part of the Social Security to give back the complement of the entire year, okay, of the income received by the association. So they were 96 years old, paying 6,000 euros, and Treasury is asking for even more money towards Social Security. We have cases of people that are in public homes and they're paying with the money that they have, and of course, as they compare the income through Treasury, the person that before used to pay 700, they have increased 1,000 euros a month because some Treasury seems to see that they have become a millionaire even though they have not received the money. People need to pay for medicine to vulnerable families. Vulnerable families don't have more money for food, school, books. This is terrible. Right now, we have this problem. And we're talking about, well, these years. We'll have 2022, 2023, we'll have 2024. In our neighborhood, we still have many years to be able to truly renovate. And my neighborhood is the same as any other similar neighborhood. So Dolores knows, right? I have gone through this several years. In all the talks that I am invited, I remind people, please, we must make something about taxation. It needs to be abated. It's not possible that you benefit a neighbor, and then this neighbor is the most harmed because we're talking about vulnerable people. This is very, very important, without counting, of course, on the fact that we must have a control of construction because there's so many problems with construction. A lack of labor, lack of professionality, and all of this is being paid by the neighbor that pays for a construction that is costing so much. We're already paying 500, 6,000 euros for 20 neighbors. So imagine how much we need this aid. The Madrid community had given us many grants. Right now, we're going to see the Next Generation funds. They must add things, and apart from everything, we always have a percentage to pay. If these vulnerable families is given this money, and it's wonderful to be able to renovate the energy, honestly, we are damaging them. We are affecting them. I meet my neighbors 3 months, and they say, do we have to declare? Do we have to pay? How much do we have to pay? So please, to whomever it may be, I won't be tired. I'll continue to be the butt lady. But as for the rest of the neighborhoods as well, they are all of my neighbors. Thank you.
No, si al final acabaremos mal todo.
I told you that you should write down things because this is where we truly learn about real problems, and this is what happens when we draw policies without looking at all levels and without putting a person as the focus. There's also many positive things. So many positive things. I will give the floor to Isabel so that she tells us about all the learned lessons. The positive lessons. We have to write down what we should copy and repeat because we have done a good job. Microphone, please. Yes. After Manuela's speech, I would like to highlight that truly it is incoherent from the administrations. We cannot just launch a message about how nice renovation is, and at the same time, from the administrations themselves, we have to punish people with taxes concerning grants, renovations, etc. It makes no sense. If we want to make the population aware, let's have a coherent discourse that doesn't contradict itself. Having said that, in this neighborhood, the learned lessons. Okay, first of all, as I was saying, It is indispensable. We can implement all of the policies that seem ideal, but if the citizens won't follow, we won't have anything to do. We have a binomial here. This has been the key. What we have implemented in Orcasitas are the measures that we have implemented throughout Madrid. Thing is that we have launched a plan, and they have asked for the grants. We have proposed monitoring, and the neighbors have monitored en masse. We have put this credit line on the table concerning loans with low interest rates, and we put the citizen at the center. Manuela is well put here on the table. It is a speech that we often repeat. We must listen and give a voice. I believe that's what we're doing here, and it is essential to be able to replicate. That is, now any other neighbor from other Madrid neighborhoods can go to Orcasitas and they can see that it has been renovated, that the money has been received, the neighborhood is transformed. They can listen to their neighbors, and I believe that when a neighbor tells you, oh, I used to pay 300 euros in heating and now I pay 58, or now, as we said, it's not only about savings, it's health, quality of life within the home. And right now I can just wear a t-shirt, and before I used to have 3 jumpers. So with witnesses like that, coming from neighbors, right? Not administrations. We don't need to add much. These are very well learned lessons. The neighbor always comes first, and then there's communication, even more communication. We must go hand in hand throughout the process and not lose this contact. So we open the door, we listen, but we have been hand in hand, and our doors are still open to everything that keeps on happening, because of course there's a lot of buts in the way, and I believe that it couldn't be otherwise. Fernando, tell us about your learned lessons from the point of view, well, I won't say academic point of view, but from an office where we have traditionally studied renovation. What's the difference between going to speak to the neighbors? What are the lessons learned for everyone working in research? What we have learned in Orcasitas and working in Orcasitas is that if we want to drive energy renovation, we must have a social focus. People complain, the industry complains, we have technology, we have knowledge, we know what we must apply, but things don't go on. Why don't they? Maybe because we're not directing efforts where the need exists for energy renovation, toward those neighborhoods where there's energy poverty and people are cold or people are too hot. And these are the people that could boost such projects, because I could pay for my AC or my heating. Why should I participate in this? This sounds confusing and complicated. The neighbors themselves have the capacity to drive these neighborhood energy renovation projects. People who need it are the people that can have the energy to launch this, so that we can help all Europe, all of our cities. No case is the same in all Spain. I don't know in Europe, but there's no case exactly like Orcasitas, and it was driven by need, a very basic need, the right to energy. In that sense, I believe that we have to work harder in social instruments of social sustainability that will allow us to connect with the citizenship and truly listen. We're listening. People who know the problems are people that live through these problems. We can't just find that out from a political view. We have to make the effort and listen. This monitoring project still doesn't have quantitative results or data, but we're observing this kind of situation. in qualitative information. This will better allow us to drive energy policy. Microphone, please. Yeah. Okay, so right now you gave it to me on a silver platter because you were linking the more generic policies, the European ones, and the fact that they have a capacity of impact and transformation throughout the markets and society. I can't resist. Would you like to give us an opinion on the future BVD, which is what's being drawn up in offices, the EPBD in the future? I would like to give you this opportunity. Maybe you would like to give some advice to those that are negotiating in the tri-party dialogues how renovation will be in the future in the EU. What's its level of ambition, and how is it going to appear in concrete tools? I'm sure that someone will listen to this with a lot of interest. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a risk considering EPBD. I agree completely. We must be more demanding. As the previous speakers have said, the ECODES representative has said, I believe that we can be a little scared, but we have to advance until all of this becomes compulsory. Counting on the administration's support to reinforce this obligation. But experience shows us, as Fernando has said, that we have to mobilize the renovation in the energy part. There are many hindrances to this, but perhaps we should give a little push with all of the support and follow-up of the administrations. That's my opinion. And then there's a leitmotif. Yes, the citizen should be at the center. That's what we have been mentioning, so that this becomes reality, not just a cliche. Everything should be, the citizen should be around everything. It is the driver to transform cities. I'd like to say something. We always say information offices are very important. I'd like to say, because it's my neighborhood, of course, that we have an information office, which is our neighbors association. So the neighbors come down, they ask, they give you their doubts, and they trust you. They speak from person to person. I do a bi-monthly meeting for all kinds of things so that they are informed and motivate them. If they need to do something, they could start asking for budgets, quotes, etc. so that they are the first informed and that we're never out of results. This works, and out of money as well. I have been called from other neighborhoods. I went to speak to other neighborhoods, and I love doing that. But of course, I'm not from that neighborhood. Renovation offices are great. I mean, there is one in the Administrators Association and the property administrators. But I can see that neighbors will go that far. Most people work, right? Young people work. Those that usually come by are people that are a certain age that have time to do so. But there's a subject then. The grant is allocated. Great. The neighbors know. And then they think, well, where am I going? What do I do? How do I use these grants? Oh, they need someone to explain them to them calmly, little by little, so that they know that every time a doubt pops up, someone will be there to solve it quickly. If they have to move all the time within a big city like Madrid, the neighbor won't do so because they'll get bored. I have said so before. I have said that having the information in a neighbor's office is very important. The neighbor could just sit down and just tell them about their life. Oh, tomorrow I'm going to the dentist, I have to see the doctor, etc. Yes, that's true, but they will ask for information. And this proximity to say, Fernando, Isabel, Dolores, I'm going to the office. And the officer, the worker just sits down and can write everything down. In our neighborhood, I believe that things work because the information office is us. I know, I am annoying. I just ask things all day long, and people ask themselves, who is this woman? But I need to convey this to my neighbors. And then they are always more relaxed. If a neighbor can't go to a meeting, last Sunday, I met 2 neighbors. They couldn't go, oh, do you mind going there? Nah, no problem. What I mean is that for renovation and projects, it's very important. This is the best construction to do. But the neighbor needs to have all the information at hand. They need to be accompanied. We need to accompany them throughout the process, day in, day out. It's true that administrations are there and they give great information, but many times neighbors get lost. They don't even know what they're talking about most of the time. I've been here in 9 years. It's truly complicated for the local neighbors to speak about everything. Okay. Would anyone like to know how one-stop shop works? It needs to be close by. Close by. Dedicating time to listening, to inform calmly. Fernando, I think that we're out of time. Would you like to give a last statement? I am so glad to see the MEP speak about social safeguards. They shouldn't be safeguards, right? It should be the center of renovation policies. Finally, we're talking about, well, working on the most inefficient buildings of people living on ground floors, and some companies should not be afraid of offering services to these neighborhoods. At the end of the day, it is a business opportunity. They just need to get closer to the people. We have Fernando Arabe with us here that is committed with the Orcasitas neighborhood. He has been supplying material, and he has pledged himself to the neighborhood somehow. So companies cannot just wait for the EPBD to encourage energy renovation. No, they need to get down to brass tacks and get to the neighborhood and get committed to their clients that are their neighbors after all. The same for architects. We need to get trained in energy efficiency as well as in social topics. Thank you very much for this call to the industry and professionals to participate non-passively, very actively and being engaged. I don't know if we have time for any questions. Okay, very briefly. I'm not sure how we're doing on time. Microphone, please. Okay. I am from Ecobiros, an ON from Latvia. In 2000, you have been working here since 2014. How much time from this moment till the construction got started? Microphone, please. Yes. Sorry. Yes, I'm very good at media, as you can see. In 2014, we detected the problem. Of course, we had to ask for associations. I'm sorry. How much time? 4 years. 4 years. From the start of construction until the moment that you started, that you did the video recording? Okay. Do you think, not just for you, for all, do you think that now the yes, but time is over? How much time do you think it's going to last for this construction? Is it going to be 3, 4, 5 years? How do we reduce time to make a decision? The fact that we have examples such as these will make it easier to reduce deadlines. How much time do we need for what? For what? I'm sorry? with the experience that you have now, okay, I'm going to speak in general lines. To make a decision in a neighboring community, even though the ideas are clear, they need minimum 1 year to make a decision. When the decision is made, then we launch the calls, grants, offers, tenders, etc., or licenses. So until someone has the first idea, until the construction starts, minimum 2 years. Otherwise, it's almost impossible.
Pero espero que llegue el momento.
But I hope that moment comes. Peter and Luis.
Bueno, primero.
First of all, thank you so much to the speakers. It was a great pleasure to listen to your contribution. I have 2 questions concerning multiplication. Clearly is what we must do. Apart from writing down an Excel with all of the people, I believe that we are in the aim of a directive that could identify exactly the buildings. In your case, I understand that there was a decrease, and this shocked, a rock fall that shocked the community. In this case, EPBD has a possibility of a mechanism that includes certain buildings in particular. Okay? This should be, well, this is the debate, right? The debate of 15% less, the worst 15% of the buildings in certain sectors, or should we have a more general mechanism, more vague mechanism? I'd like to know that if the spark had been a letter from the administration saying, ladies and gentlemen, you were identified in the energy directive for possibly getting benefited by the construction, what would the reaction have been? The second question, for those of you who are in the finance sector, did all the banks participate? Was it easy? What about this loan model? I understand it was allocated to the neighbors. Is this model still offered? Very interesting questions. I'll start by the second question. It was complicated, truthfully. In 2020, through the municipal company, we have signed this with bank entities, this agreement with bank entities. 4 signed this agreement with the housing company. And the operations went forward. Maybe with 1 or 2 companies. 1 or 2 banks. It was not simple at all. What was the other question? I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. That was an interesting one. The question is, who starts? And Manuela knocks on our door. What if she had not? What if we are the ones that pick a few buildings in which we want to construct with all their features and potential of improving the energy efficiency? Would we obtain the same results? This is what I said. We're going to apply the same ingredients in Madrid and all the city. I believe that we need the neighbors to move, to participate. We should also put in the tools to broadcast, to communicate. We have the Green Office in Madrid that also participates actively with Orcasitas, and it tries to broadcast all the benefits of energy performance, of energy efficiency. Does the administration start by picking where to act, or do the neighbors start? If it's the administration, we have a problem. We need a combined reform, but it should be possible for the administration to pick the buildings that most need this energy improvement. And it could hook the neighbors to also get into the rehabilitation train. Microphone, please. Luis? I understood very clearly what they were saying about taxation, to not lose aid, help, etc. My question was, could you speak about the numbers? The average investment per home, the return on investment for the neighbor without considering the taxation loss, which of course is critical. For Fernando, could you speak about what monetarization means? Is it just CO2 measures or other pollutants, air quality, renovation, etc.? What was monitoring exactly? I think the idea is essential. We keep saving, so in theory, in theory, but then in reality, it could be that we save nothing. Manuela can start. I'm so sorry. Okay, I will respond to this question. Isabel said so perfectly. From our neighborhood, we have 1,020 single-family units that have no problem. They will do the construction due to energy efficiency only, which is very important. We started with them this year, considering, and in 3 months, with all the difficulty, we still have 61 units that have signed the construction, single-family houses. They have already seen that the blocks are working. If I had just come in and said, listen, we're going to do this and it's going to cost this, then the neighbors would have said no. It's very true. We have a model in which we say, well, I also want to do it because I like it. And also they are tuning in. They are listening to the improvements. And also because little by little, in every meeting that is being held, people are being convinced about the environment, little by little. Because at the end, this is an essential benefit. We're going to live here. We should try to improve for us and for everyone else. This is the difference. Should we, since the beginning, saying that there's no problem, I was sure that at first no one wanted to do a renovation. But in our case, since we have a very significant precedent, they have the example. They have the security that we'll receive the grant and they will do the construction. Sorry, I forgot about the budgets. The budget, okay. 25,000 euros per neighbor gross amount. 80% of this amount if we take away the grant. The 20% is what they have to pay. So they're paying 4 or 5K, and according to all the improvements, because it's not only the heating, they are putting elevators in, etc. But maximum 6,000 per neighbor, taking into account that the block is completely renovated and we won't ever have any extra surcharges. I always say this, since you are participating anyway, let's just do everything and see that the fact that everything that has to be paid, they know that they will be receiving the grant. So if you have to change pipes, everything, they just do everything. Some parts are not granted by the city hall or the community. But since you have to pay, let's leave everything as good as new, because you can pay in up to 10 years. And you have a great, magnificent, wonderful building and without any problems in which you fear extra costs.
La monitorización.
Sí, el plan de
On the monitoring plan, that's very complex. There's one side about continuous monitoring that starts ideally 1 year before rehabilitation, or at least 9 months to foresee summer and winter. And with this monitoring, continuous monitoring, it's compulsory for every house in this plan. And we measure consumption, electricity consumption, natural gas in the ones that use natural gas also. And in comfort, we measure internal temperature and humidity. And we also have the data from the weather stations from the town hall, which are measured between them according to the proximity of the neighbor that we are monitoring. We use either one or the other, like the closer one. And from quality of the air, among this continuous monitoring, we monitor CO2 each 10 minutes. And this is done 9 months before and after the renovation works. We try to do it in 2 years. It depends on the renovation works timetables. And we also have a campaign of specific measurings. We do this for the neighbors that want to do it. We try to make it in every single house, and we don't always make it. So we do isolation test to know if they have any kind of air filterings or any the ceilings, and this depends on house. And we measure different organic elements, radon and formaldehydos, and these are the 3 elements, polluting elements. I think we have no more time for questions because we have another intervention in this same panel. So thank you so much. This afternoon, we will continue with the visit, so you will have more time to ask questions and take any data that you need from them. And thank you so much, and a big applause for them, please.
El Dream Team de Orcasitas.
The dream team from Orcasitas. So now we are going to jump on time. Well, no, not time, space. Sorry, and we are going to go to the other side of Europe, the Czech Republic. We have with us Peter Holob, Director General for Climate Protection from the Ministry of Environment of Czech Republic. Peter, please. Please.
Present us the main politics in Czech Republic for renovation.
Yes,
and
the
I think the
program.
renovation program, which are also a great success. So I've heard.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
No, that works. And the clicker is here. Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I actually feel very pleased you have invited me to the event. For 10 years, I was representing a similar association as the EuroAce or Renovate Europe campaign represents on the EU level or the Green Building Council in Spain. So I did that in Czechia. Now, since May, I became a civil servant at the Ministry of Environment. And you heard very interesting blogs, first about the current political and policy context on the EU and, for your case, Spanish level, and then very interesting case study for Orcasitas renovation project, which was it's really nice for me to see that these large-scale projects are going on. So I will be somewhere in between. I will talk about the building renovation program that we adapted in Czechia for single-family and multi-apartment buildings. So I know we don't have one single construction market in Europe, but maybe you can get some inspiration from how we did it in Czechia. In Czechia, we don't do many things, not everything right, but I believe this program is just something that is close to done it, that we have done it right. So I have a the other button. And so I have a first little glimpse of what I will be talking about, and then I have 6 key messages, just really briefly concise messages what we took from running that program. So we're talking about a green savings program. In Czech language, it has actually the double meaning. It's either saying that savings are a really green, sustainable good, or it's saying that we are giving a green light to savings, as on the traffic lights. So that's a kind of popular program at the moment. It started in 2008, and since then we spent about 2.4 billion euro for public funds supporting building renovations, and we are about 240,000 projects that were completed so far. We are a country of 10 million, and we have about 1.9 million residential buildings. So we are talking about 235,000 projects. It's roughly 10 to 15%. So it's not little, but still it's for 15 years, you know. So we need to speed up, and I will get to that later. The financing, and it's important, comes from the emission trading schemes, different trading schemes. First, it came from the Kyoto credits that we had surplus under the Kyoto Protocol, and then from the national EU ETS revenues, then briefly from the Resilience and Recovery Fund, and now it comes from the Modernization Fund. So now the 6 key messages that I want to share with you. First, using ETS revenues for the energy efficiency program, for the building renovation, it's not recycling the revenues, it's upcycling. As we know from the studies, €1 on the energy price delivers 5 times less savings than €1 spent in the renovation program, and since the general level of support is 30 to 50%, then we are getting to a factor of 10 roughly. So it's really upcycling, and it brings other multiple benefits. And you heard that, I will not repeat, healthy, comfortable indoor environment, jobs, support of local SMEs that usually are on the construction market. So it's upcycling. Second message I want to deliver to you is that it takes time and confidence to run such a program. Such programs that are designed for basically a retail segment for thousands or tens of thousands of renovations a year cannot be done in a stop and go or pilot phases. You need to go all in, full speed, full decision to run such a program. So in 2007, the Czech government, so it's been 15 years already, 2007, the Czech government decided to use the Kyoto credit revenues for such a program. In 2008, we went for a learning mission to KfW, to Frankfurt, to Germany, and the main message that I've heard from our German colleagues was, it took us 7 years to make it right. You know, we started in 2000, 2001, but there was a stop and go, changes in criteria of support. And so then we thought, well, maybe we can do it faster than Germans. But obviously that was too much for us. So in 2015, we started the continuous program. So it took us just 7 years. So it takes really time. And since we need to bring on board, for case of Czech Republic and for case of Spain, it will be higher number. In Czechia, it's 60 to 80,000 investment decisions a year that needs to take place and be done right. So it's not really an easy task. So you need to create a confidence of the building owners and of the market, of the construction market, and of the production, whole the value chain that we need. So a long-term stability and predictability of such a program is really key. You may do evolutionary steps, you know, you're learning as you go, and we do that, but our message would be to keep the main components stable. No. The third message I want to speak about is that we need deep renovations. The need now is even stronger than was 15 years ago. We are in 2023. If we want to decarbonize our building stock by 2050, the buildings that we will renovate in these 20s or 30s years of this millennia will not be touched again by 2050. So if we go for a building renovation, I mean, it can be stage deep renovation, obviously, but it should lead to a deep renovation, and doing it one step has its benefits. So we have 3 layers of support. You can do either partial, kind of stage deep renovation, partial approach, or a medium, which is kind of good enough, but we are more happy to see projects to go for a deep renovation. And the better you do, the higher rate of subsidy, of grant you get. So there is a strong motivation. And for 2024, we have even planned to strengthen, because so far we have about 30% of projects in the deep renovation level. So we need to go higher. 3.0, we need to go to 50 plus or 70 plus or 80 plus. And the 2 key barriers that we see there and that we want to prepare instruments to overcome those barriers are that we need to offer a significant project development assistance so that everybody gets really on different levels basic advice, kind of energy optimization study. You know, it might not be for free, but it might be subsidized, but that's something we will be developing. And another thing that building owners reported is the lack of funding for pre-financing and co-financing. Our grants go after the construction takes place. They got a letter and promise kind of contract before the construction, so they have pretty. Or they're pretty sure that they will get the money. But the money arrives only after, so that we avoid paying somebody who doesn't do the renovation and then needs to turn back the money. But we want to offer the renovation loans, and it's really key. And I know Peter is working on it, was speaking about it, and it's really important a tool for pre-financing and co-financing the grant components. The fourth message is a bit connected with the third one. Don't fear to go for an ambitious energy performance, technical quality criteria. When we were setting up a scheme, actually a different scheme, but back in 2008, 2009 for public buildings, that was from the operational funds. We said we want certain level of insulation, certain level of quality of windows, efficiency of the heating, and overall performance of the building. And everybody from the construction industry was like, "Are you crazy? You will not get the projects, you know? It's not, the market goes, I mean, we go different way." In the construction market, and part of you is from the construction market, I was representing the construction industry for some time, and we know there is a strong inertia in the construction market. So public support, public funds, public instruments are there to move that quality on the general market up. So at the end, we put the criteria that were kind of progressive back in 2008, and we got 8 times more applicants than we could support that fulfill the criteria. So the fear didn't materialize. So don't fear about ambitious quality requirements, but to keep the administration low, because if you the balance between the general market, what goes on the general market, and what goes on with the support of public funds cannot be much different. In Czech Republic, I don't know how it's in Spain, but in Czechia, many projects outside of the scheme goes without or partially without invoices. We know that, you know, so without doing energy performance certificates. So we need to take that in account and not to make the difference between the scheme and the general conditions on the market too different, so keeping the administration low. But of course, if you're spending public funds, you cannot just hand it over as a helicopter money. So you need to have a quality checks and financial checks, but they need to be reasonable. Like, for example, for the single-family houses, the rule that we keep is that on site we check 5% of the projects. So the rest is checked with papers, and 5% of the project is checked on site. Key message 5, and it's a new developments that we try to incorporate in last year or two. Let's be inclusive. We know that even though the grant support of 30 to 50% of the renovation costs is maybe generous, but for some groups it is not sufficient, and we want to include those groups to the renovation efforts as well. So for those groups, and we have kind of definition, but generally it's a low-income groups, we have 100% pre-finance grant, and it's limited to 6,000 euros, so it's for a basic renovation, but now we're thinking of making it also for the complete deep renovation for these groups. And it's important that the advisory comes in the package, because these groups have the barrier is also for them to get reliable advice. So this, especially for this group, it starts with really simple advices, which scale up to a more expert advice in time as they plan the renovation. This is maybe a bit Czech specific, because lots of low-income groups in Czechia, they actually own a single-family house. It comes from the socialistic times. You know, everybody could get a house or build a house, you know, and it was built do-it-yourself way in the Czech villages. And these people used to live there for a long time. Now they're retired, children moved out, and they don't want to move out of their house where they spend all their life. So they're low income, though they own a house. And you could argue you could sell the house and move to a rental small flat, but that's not thing that works in Czech environment. So we need to think of those groups as well. The last key message I have before the last slide is that COVID and energy prices hikes had their influence. COVID influence was that people had time, actually, they spend more time in their buildings, in their houses, so they felt that the quality of their house is even more important than in a previous life when they had lots of things to do, you know, were out of the house. And then they had time actually to plan the renovation, to sit down, you know, be at home, you know, get the information and plan the renovation. So that was the influence of COVID. And then the Russian invasion to Ukraine came, and you know, even half a year before, the Russia played on the gas markets with the prices. So the price of gas, and because of that, electricity spiked up from October 2021 on. And that had a strong influence also on a perception of how spendings for energy and how valuable to have an energy efficient how it is. So that was with all the bad, strong motivation for renovation that came in, those two external aspects, and we saw a spike. You see that the number of applications grew up steadily, but then we saw a spike in 2000, and I believe that's 2022 year actually, and 2023 it's not for full year, so now the number would be higher. But the spike was mainly in photovoltaics installment and heat pumps. So the number of the deep renovations was rising a bit. It followed the trend, but it was rising a bit. So now it just supports what I said on the first slide, that now, or on the second slide, now we need to focus how to make more projects out of the new green savings into deep renovation. And the last slide I have, I mean, the time is now, 2023, 2030 is tomorrow. So it's 7 years from now, so if any country wants to start the program, and you have, I know, but it's the 7 years to get it right by 2030. But since 2020-30, we need to already make a significant effort in decarbonization of our building stock. We need to double or triple the deep renovation rate. Or actually, in single-family houses, our renovation rate is about 10%, but it's mostly not really complete renovation. So we need to get 1/3 or 1/2 of those projects into the complete deep renovations. And now the ETS directive has changed. From 2024 on, each country shall use 100% of the revenues for climate mitigation and adaptation purposes. So it's a good time to lead the political debate where to direct those revenues, and maybe you already do that in Spain. And just that's for illustration how we think of using the ETS1 modernization fund, ETS2, and social climate fund revenues into different sectors. And it a bit intervenes because the criteria requires that, but generally we want to move 100% of those revenues into climate protection and mitigation adaptation measures. Now we are late with our draft National Climate Energy Plan, but the next week our government should approve that, and the Ministry of Environment, which is my ministry, and the Ministry of Industry, which is responsible for energy, have agreed on a trajectory or on a scenario. It's not a prediction, it's a scenario modeling as a basis for an ECP, and the progressive renovation scenario for buildings is in. So that's some things on that draft and on that modeling I don't like, but the thing I like is that the progressive renovation scenario is in. So that was my brief presentation of what we do in Czechia, and I'm open to questions if there is time.
So I'm sorry, we have run over time, so questions over lunch to Peter, okay? And I now know I'm the only one standing between you and a networking lunch. But I wanted to make a few closing remarks, and before that, some practical information. We are going to the Orcasitas suburb to visit the projects that Manuela and her colleagues so wonderfully presented. The buses are provided by us. They will be outside this building at 3 o'clock, and they will be bringing you back to this building by 6 o'clock. So a 3-hour journey. It's only 20 minutes in the bus to the project, and we have a little program ready for you that I think most of you have signed up for, which is great. So we're looking forward to actually visiting. This morning's event has been truly wonderful. At least I've really enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. It's been inspirational. The speakers have been really great. They captured your attention. You've stayed. You're still attentive. It's wonderful. But in my introductory remarks, I said we were at a crossroads for energy renovation. And what I meant is, we literally are at a crossroads. We can either get a revised, invigorated, and innovative buildings directive by the end of the year, and I'm happy to say it looks likely, or we'll have to live on with the existing version. Now, in both cases, whichever direction we take, there's a lot of work to do. If we continue as we are without a revised directive, I fear there might be stagnation in the energy renovation market. There will definitely be continued poor living conditions for far too many of our fellow citizens, and an increased probability that we will miss our energy and climate targets at European level, something I think no one in this room would like to see happen. So the work of Renovate Europe campaign to positively profile energy renovation will go on regardless. There's still a great deal to do. And we will continue to surface best practices like Orcasitas, like the Czechia's program, which has been running for 15 years. But if we turn down the new direction with the better regulatory tools at our disposal, we can transform the building stock more quickly for the benefit of all. If we do that, I said it earlier, we will achieve our energy and climate goals, and therefore, for me, it's definitely the road to take. So this is a plea to the Spanish presidency, who I don't believe are in the room, but this is on record, to be sure to finish the negotiations by the end of this year, so we do not miss this golden opportunity for the building stock in the European Union. So what you heard this morning from our incredible speakers is that changing direction and moving to a more ambitious approach is not only possible, but it's already happening. We see it in Orcasitas, we see it in Czechia, the examples that we heard of today. I mean, what we know is that we have to bring our existing buildings into the 21st century, and to do that will take strong political will. It will take a lot of engaged cooperation along the value chain between all the actors, and thorough implementation in each member state and each region of the adopted regulations. But I'm confident that that effort will be worthwhile, absolutely worthwhile. And I can assure you that the Renovate Europe campaign and our 48 partners, and increasing, will continue our work to create for a fair, ambitious and economically relevant renovation wave right across the EU. So with these words, I bring the conference to a close. I'm very much looking forward to the afternoon part of Renovate Europe Day. And in closing, I want to, of course, thank the European Commission for providing the premises. It's been a wonderful location for us for our event today. I want to thank all our speakers, near and far away, those who are online and live, and our national organisers, Renovate España, the National Construction Confederation, the Green Building Council España, and ECODES. I also want to thank the very patient and hardworking interpreters. Thank you so much for all the work you've done. I know how tiring it is. And my very final thanks are to my own team, who did an enormous amount of work to make today a success. In particular, my hardworking, perceptive and diligent colleagues, Caroline Simpson at the back and Aphrodite Psata also at the back. Thank you both. Without your help, this would not have been a success. So now I invite you back upstairs for a networking lunch and onto the buses at 3 o'clock sharp, please.